there.
We're good. Sorry.
Okay.
I err on the side of So if you wish to make any specific requests. City TV to let them know that we're starting.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right, we are going to open the Architectural Board Review agenda for July 13th, 2020, and we're going to start with our roll call.
Thank you. This is Mary. I will take the roll call. Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
Board Member Whalen.
Here.
And it appears that Board Member Watkins and Cunningham are absent today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to general business and public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on the agenda for public discussion today. Matthew, do we have any? Anybody?
Let's see. So, yep, we got the slide up. Anyone in the public who's here today to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, you can find the raise hand button typically in the upper right-hand corner. Where you'll see that hand with the green arrow on it. And once you click on it, it'll turn red. And that means we'll know that you would like to speak. I am currently not seeing anyone with their hands up. And I have not received any written correspondence for general business.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and close public comment and move on to approval of the minutes for June 29th.
I make a motion for approval.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Black. And discussion?
No discussion.
Yes, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, I have one small item under my comments, number 3. The last sentence says sense of space. It should be sense of place.
Okay. Do the makers of the motion accept that change?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe Richard, you made the motion?
Yes.
You accept that?
I'm
Okay.
in agreement with that change.
Okay. Anything else? Any other discussion? No? Okay. Let's take our roll call vote to approve the minutes.
All right, this is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Here.
and Board Member Whalen. Board Member Whalen?
Looks like he may
Yes.
have. There he is. There he is.
Okay.
All right,
Motion carries.
motion passes. Thank you.
All right. And then we have the approval of consent calendar for July 13th. Matthew, do you have those or do we have that?
I believe we have those to be pulled up.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, so 401 Shoreline Drive, for the Architectural Board of Review consent agenda for today, July 13th. Item A, 401 Shoreline Drive was given project design and final approval with comment. Item B was similarly given project design and final approval with comment. And then item C was again given project design and final approval with comment. We did have a question from staff on item B. We've asked some clarification from Mr. Black about Maya Cora. No, sorry, it's the second word on number 1. We weren't sure if that was the correct spelling.
That's correct.
Okay,
All right.
perfect. That's all we
Okay,
have.
great. We need a motion.
Move we accept as presented.
Second.
Okay. First and a second. Any discussion? No? Okay, let's take our vote.
Okay, this is Mary. I will take the vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
All right. And next, do we have any announcements, requests by applicants, etc. today?
Mr. Chair, staff just wanted to remind everyone here today, particularly those presenting, that we do limit the presentations to 15 or 20 minutes. So we ask you be mindful of that. I will try to keep reminding people, and the chair will also has the ability to ask that you wrap up your presentation. But we do have a couple larger items today, and we for the sake of time and everyone's attention span, we ask that everything be kept succinct and within 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And subcommittee reports. I don't believe much has been happening out there. Does anyone have anything? No? Okay. And let's move on to the next slide. And looks like are we ready for this item? Yes, okay. So item number 1, which is 1230 San Andreas Street. This is a concept review. It's a proposal to demolish 2 existing dwellings, a garage and shed structure, and removal of various non-native vegetation to allow for construction of a new 3-story multi-unit residential building. The building will be comprised of 7 2-bedroom rental units ranging in size from 856 to 922 square feet, with an average unit size of 904 square feet, using the city's AUD program. The proposed density in the 11,589 square foot lot is 27 dwelling units per acre, on a parcel with a general plan land use designation of medium high density, which is 15 to 27 dwelling units per acre. And the project includes 7 individual parking garages totaling 1,562 square feet, and a trash enclosure, site utilities, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, relocation of the driveway, and new landscaping and hardscaping throughout. The project requires a includes a request for a waiver by the Architecture Board of Review to allow for a 3-foot interior setback reduction for covered parking on lots 55 feet in width or less, I believe is that. And no final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, and the outdoor lighting design guidelines. Okay, Mrs. Plummer, do you have something you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to introduce myself for the rest of the ABR, I'm Pilar Plummer, Assistant Planner for the City of Sumner Planning and Zoning Division. Essentially, what I wanted to put to the commission today is the project is on for a conceptual level review. And as designed, the project requires story poles to be installed prior to project design approval. The reason for that is it is an AUD project of 3 stories or more, or measuring through 30 feet in height in a residential neighborhood. So story poles are required prior to project design approval. The applicant is before you today with a conceptual level review to request an exemption from this requirement. There are specific findings outlined in the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. And the findings are that the ABR would need to make at least one of the findings outlined, A through E, to exempt the project from that requirement. So staff would be looking for the ABR to consider if the project meets one of these exemption categories and to formally include that in their motion today. And I'll be around if you have any questions about this throughout the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, if we could have the applicant introduce themselves or himself.
Hi, Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning, and also Keith Rivera should be on the line. I don't see his video, but I want to make sure that he's on and that y'all can hear him. Can we? There he is.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
After
Okay, before we jump in, so we have your item and then we have another item following, which is going to take up some time. So I would ask that you limit your presentation to 15 minutes so we can have enough time for discussion and response. Okay, so I'll be
that
keeping
should be plenty
time.
long enough. Okay.
Great.
So could we start off with the photo packet that I submitted? Could we get that up on the screen?
Mr. Bolton, is that possible?
Matthew, you're still muted. We can't hear you.
My apologies, Mr. Gorin. That was uploaded to our Acela. We didn't get it into our system this morning, so I'm quickly trying to send it over to Timmy Bolton to have that up. I apologize for the delay.
Okay, because it's pretty critical to what we want to talk about. I think that you guys need to see the neighborhood context and what surrounds us to even before looking at our architecture. So I'm hoping this doesn't come out of our time.
Can you, let's just talk about where the project is. Let's get us located.
Okay, so we're on San Andreas Street. We're on the mountain side of San Andreas Street. We are one property removed from the little section of Bonet Park, which goes up and connects to San Andreas. The entire neighborhood to the mountain side of San Andreas is sort of characterized by a lot of multifamily projects that have all been developed individually. You know, all the lots were originally single homes on sort of narrowish, deep lots, and a lot of these have transitioned into multifamily projects over the years. And then there are some other really large apartment complexes over on that side too, but it's, for the most part, it's a multifamily neighborhood on the mountain side of San Andreas. And then on the opposite, the Mesa side of San Andreas, over there, we still pretty much have single family homes. And some of those, you can see in some aerial photos, we have the backs of those properties have been built out with some additional units. But for the most part, the streetscape on the Mesa side is single family homes. And on the mountain side where we are, it is mostly multifamily projects that have replaced single family homes, and mostly 2-story along the street. The lots are narrow, deep lots, which sort of prescribes a certain development plan on each of these, and you'll see that in some of my photos. Another thing that you'll see in the photos, and we'll walk you through these when they get up here, but San Andreas is, the conditions on San Andreas are actually pretty good for screening. There's a very well-developed canopy of street trees along both sides of the street, which provide immediate in-place screening for any new projects. When you're actually driving down the street, they effectively block the view of projects next to you because they create a tunnel down the street. If you're walking on the street, you would be able to see projects on both sides of you because you're going slower and you can look around. But even in that case, the street trees are doing a really good job screening these existing projects, and they'll have a big impact on our project too. So Matt, how close are we to those photos here?
I think I understand that Matthew has sent them to Timmy, and Timmy's just waiting for them to load, and we should have them up momentarily.
Sorry,
Okay.
so my mic keeps getting turned off for some reason. Yes, exactly. He should have them any moment now.
Okay, great. So I'll just, basics on our project. It's 7 units. We're using the AUD program. We're within the allowed density. We are meeting the average unit size that's required for that. We've got 1 parking space per unit, which is the requirement for us. And all of our parking is in private garages. And here's my photos. Fantastic. So I don't have control over this screen, so I'm just going to tell people to move them. This is a straight down aerial view of our site and the surrounding development. So you're seeing Bonnet Park over there to the left, and then a multifamily project that was developed by Ed St. George. I think Kurt Gerdine did this architecture originally. It's 2 stories, the entire structure there. Then you get to our site, which is even narrower. Our site is only, I think it's 45 feet wide. And it goes back, and then what you can't see in this photo is our site's L-shaped. So the leg of the L actually hooks around the back end of St. George's project. Then next door to us, we've got a property which is about 30 feet wide and developed front to back with a really strange shaped building, but kind of the only one they could fit on the site with the garage facing the street there. Then we've got a house that was developed into multifamily. And then we have another project that Ed St. George did, multifamily, 6 different buildings where he combined 2 different parcels together. And then next to that, there's another multifamily that actually has a 3rd story element along the street. Can we have the next photo, please? So I did some oblique views of the site just to give you a better idea of what's going on. So this shows the scale of everything that's around us. 2-story structures, taller 2-story structures. Let's go to the next photo. So this is from a little bit further out, shows more of the neighborhood. So what you're seeing here is more of those single family homes on the Mesa side of the street, and then all the multifamily. You can see even on the other side of Bonnet Park there, we've actually got a 3-story multifamily development there, and then just more multifamily on these long, narrow lots. And then that's I think it's the Boys and Girls Club there, that big building in the back. All right, next one, please. So this is looking up San Andreas Street towards, I guess, Mission Street. So you can see where our property is again. Again, as you get further up San Andreas, you have multifamily, and then you start actually getting into some commercial, larger commercial buildings as you go up that way. But you can see the character of the neighborhood is pretty dense and lots of multifamily. Next photo. That's looking back the other way. So most of that neighborhood over on the Mesa side is single family homes, but there's a lot of duplexes and triplexes there. Next photo. And then this is looking the other way up San Andreas Street towards Carrillo. And so that's the St. George property in the foreground there, our property, and then going up the street, those other multifamily properties. And you can see as you get further up the street, you get to some pretty large apartment complexes that are up there, and especially over on what's that next street that's behind us? I'm not sure what that next street is. San Pasquale, whatever it is. It's all large apartment buildings when you get on that side. Okay, next photo. So these are just pictures. This is our site. So this is the existing residence along the street. Next photo. That's the residence in the back of our site. Next photo, please. This is looking over our site, over the garage towards the St. George project, and then Bonut Park's on the other side of that. Next photo. This is next door to us. So that's that 2-story project, multifamily. Next photo. Okay, this is directly across the street from us, I believe. Just, oh no, this is right next to us. This is the 30-foot wide lot that's right next to us. Okay, next photo. This is next to that. It's looks like a single family home from the street. It's actually a multifamily property with units developed in the back. Next photo. This is the other end, St. George project. So 2 stories, Spanish style, and the multiple buildings, or 6 buildings in there. Next photo, please. So that's another photo of that same project. And this is the building that's right up next to the street. Next photo. It's just a shot down the driveway of that same project. Next photo. Here's the streetscape on San Andreas. So this was the tree canopy I was talking about. And again, when you're driving down this street, this is really what you perceive rather than the structures on both sides of the street. And just for reference, what you're looking at in this photo is the first Ed St. George project, the real modern one, is actually, it's in front of me, but it's too close that I would say they're really, this photo is showing you anything about it. But the second one, where there's the 2 groups of 2-story structures right up at the minimum setback, those are in this photo very clearly. If you look between the leaves on the left-hand side, you can see a little bit of the tile on the roof. And I think that this photo shows really well the effect of this tree canopy on screening multi-story structures off the street. You really can't tell the difference between the left and the right side of the streets in this, even though the pattern of development is a lot different. Next photo, or is this the last one? This is the last one. Great. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Keith to go over the architecture.
Okay, why don't we go to page 2, please? So Keith Rivera, architect. This is the existing site survey, so you can see the L configuration that Jarrett was describing. We have a long, narrow portion that comes off San Andreas. That's only 45 feet wide. It's basically flat. And then as you get to the rear of the property, it hooks around behind our neighbor, slopes down to the creek, and then on the right-hand side there to the east would be the other leg of Bonut Park. To the north are those 2-story modern stucco apartments and their driveway on our edge. And then on the south side is our residential neighbor that you saw in the photographs with the garage on the street. So we go to page 3, please. So here we have our proposed site plan. And given the narrow nature of the lot, we have a single loaded access circulation layout oriented along the southern edge. That pushes our building back away from our smaller 1-story neighbor there on the south. You can see that given the width of the site and the setbacks, to park this project, the required parking maneuvers from transportation really minimize the ground floor footprint that you can get on this site. We're utilizing the allowed 3-foot setback for covered parking, and that we'd be looking to ABR to grant us that waiver. For those garages, this does allow us to make the turning maneuvers that transportation requires. Each unit here on its ground floor has an entry, stair up to the upper levels, and then a small bedroom suite with its own small bath, as well as its attached private garage. On the left-hand side at San Andreas, the unit there addresses the street with its entry facing San Andreas and entered through a little fenced dooryard along the back walk. At the other end of the property there on the creek side, we have our refuse enclosure there tucked away at the end. Along the lower edge of the building, we've differentiated the pedestrian path with articulated paving along that edge to define the circulation. And along our southern edge there, we envision a fence structure that would be entirely planted out with vines. So we'd have this kind of green living wall along that edge. So if we could go to the page 4, please. So here we have the 2 upper level floor plans. If we could look at the second floor there at the lower portion of the page. So here, all the units have their common living spaces at this level, as well as a semi-recessed deck facing south. This provides the private open space for all the units with the exception of unit 7 on the right-hand side, which has its private open space on the upper level. Unit 1 on the left has an architectural projection over that ground floor entry to provide kind of further architectural articulation to San Andreas, kind of bookending that on unit 7. That unit has a little bay window that pops out on the right-hand side there to kind of take advantage of the views into the creek. So pretty straightforward layout on the second level. If we could go to the third floor plan above. So here, what we've really done is minimize and articulated the third floor footprint. So on the left-hand side along San Andreas, we have the increased third floor setback. So we're really just providing a 2-story mass to the street, and you'll see that in the perspectives that follow. And then each unit has a bedroom and bath up at this level, which are pretty modest in size. They're accessed by those stairs on the northern side. And the kind of architectural convention on those plans is a little misleading in that though, and you'll see this in the sections and elevations, those third floor stairs are tucked in under a roof. So along the entire building, for that matter, there are no 3-story walls. There's not a single wall that goes from the ground up to the third floor. So that entire northern edge to our neighbor there is all 2 stories with some sloping roof sections. And then you can see along the south how we've manipulated the building edge to break up that third floor plate into a series of smaller pieces. Unit 7 at the end there kind of terminates at the creek, and it has its private open space on that third floor deck.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left.
Oh boy, okay. Let's.
And I do want to talk about the story pole thing, but I only need 30 seconds for that.
Let's go to sheet 6. Okay, so here we have our street views, and at the top is the view from San Andreas, kind of looking right at the project. You can see the 2-story residential scale this building has. It's such a narrow site that, you know, the facade is very narrow. It's 2 stories. It's got a sloping roof setback to the street. We have that first entry, or that first unit's entry addressing the street with the kind of faux balcony architectural projection above to kind of accentuate that and create some more articulation and detail. On the lower left, you're looking at it from the northern side of the street, and you can see here how those one-story garage pop-outs with the 3-foot setback create some smaller scale at the ground level. That facade has a variety of fenestration rhythms and sizes. And then at the upper level, at the ridge there, you can see what's going on with those setback 3rd-story bedroom suites and the alternating flat and sloping roofs. So you've broken up this roof line with ins and outs in the massing, and then the ridge line itself is broken up with, interrupted with flat roof pieces. And then on the right-hand side, that's just looking from the south, same thing. The building's broken up into a series of smaller masses and pieces. There's no 3-story walls that go from the ground up to the 3rd floor. Here you have the projecting balconies facing south. The garage is tucked in under the building. Gives you a feel for this kind of simplified Spanish style, which is meant to mediate between the modern stucco neighbor on the one side and the more conventional Spanish down the street on the other side. So we can go to page 7, please. So these are just aerial views. The upper ones are from the street, the lower ones from the creek side. On the left, you're looking at the north from those two perspectives. And again, this really illustrates how articulated the building is and how the massing is broken up into a series of smaller pieces. And throughout the project, we have a kind of a whole range of secondary architectural elements, balconies, trellises, awnings that provide additional scale to the buildings. So on the right-hand side there, you're seeing that from the south. And again, no walls
I'd
going.
suggest you jump to elevations and sections. We have
Okay,
about a
let's go.
minute to go.
Next.
Talk about floor to floor and ridge
Yeah.
line.
So the elevations
Heights and all that.
flatten out what you saw in the perspective, so I won't belabor those. Let's look at the sections at the bottom of the page, please. So these really kind of illustrate the constraints of the site with the narrow width, the setbacks, and then that solar envelope there on the left-hand side of the drawings. So we've used minimal plate heights. We have 8 foot at the first floor, 9 foot at that living space in the middle, and then only 7'6" on the top. And then we've tucked that upper floor space in the roof form. And then the section on the left there shows how those stairs are integrated into the roof form, so there's no 3rd-story mass on our neighbor to the north. So the whole building form really responds to, on each side, the different orientation, the different context. And I think the sections here illustrate how the whole building form is shaped by those parameters and inflects to the south, to the sun and views, and away from our immediate neighbor there to the north. So we think this creates desirable, needed housing opportunities along San Andreas, the commercial center of the west side, in a livable fashion, and that's in keeping with its medium-high residential designation. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
And on the story poles,
Okay.
we meet criteria 1, 3, and 4. We only need to meet 1, but we do meet those 3, and we could talk about that in detail when you get the comments.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. We are going to now open for public comment. Is there anybody who would like to address the board regarding this item?
And Matthew, you're still muted.
Man, I should just leave it open. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. If anyone's in the audience who would like to speak on this item, which is 1230 San Andres Street, you can find the raise hand button at the top right corner typically. If there's a green arrow, you can click it. If it's red, it means you already got your hand raised. I'm not seeing anyone, and I do not believe we have any written comment for this item.
Okay. We'll give it a few more seconds. And then we will close public comment and move on to questions. If we could have all the board members turn on their cameras so we can see all your faces. Leon, would you like to start? Any questions?
Yes, I would like to know the comparative heights. So I think this one is 31 feet 8 inches. And I'd like to know what other close projects heights might be.
Okay. Mr. Gorin, can you answer that one?
I don't know the exact height of the 2-story right next to us, but the 3-story that's immediately on the other side of Bonet Park is roughly 30 feet.
Okay. Anything else?
You don't know what, you can't make a guess on the projects on either side of this?
I don't know the exact height of the project that's immediately next door, and I'm not gonna just say a number unless I had the exact number. I mean, we could compare it with our section and get a pretty good estimate on its height, but that's the best I can do.
Okay, thank you. Question is that it looks like you didn't provide access to that L-shaped open yard in the back, and I was wondering why.
Well, that's partly due to the topography, which slopes down pretty steeply from the end of our back of our site, as well as the required creek restoration that we're going to be doing there. So, we're going to be doing a biological study of the area and a restoration plan, and that'll inform any sort of allowed access as far as intrusion on the habitat there.
Yeah, to get access to that, you'd have to do some sort of stairwell and grading on the slope, and that would be contrary to the bank protection policies and creeks requirements. So we're using the open space more for open yard and light and air and biological restoration rather than active open space. We are precisely 50 feet away from a park.
That's all my questions.
Okay. Mr. Black, any questions?
Couple. So getting back to the building height. So my question is, how many other structures, residential structures, are there on San Andreas that are 3-story? I don't know them.
I don't know how many there are, but within sight of this project, at least in the aerial, there are 2. There's one immediately on the other side of Bonet Park from us. And there's another one that's a few properties up the street from us going towards Carrillo. And I think there may even be another one that's beyond that one on the other side of Bonet Park. You can see them in the aerial photos that I had.
Okay.
So there's at least 2, and there may be 3 right in the immediate area. Yeah, so you can go back one photo. Yeah, right on San Andreas. Go back one photo. So you can see immediately on the other side of Bonet Park, that's a 3-story building, the gray one.
Okay.
And there's a aerial that I have pointing the other way that I believe shows another one of those. If we could find, I got my directions wrong on these, but that one. So it's really hard to see because it's kind of far away down the street. It's a project that the City Housing Authority built, and it's got a 3-story elevation up against the street, actually. So I think that's it down by those big white squares, but I can't tell for sure in this photo.
Okay. my other question, this is just a detail, but so in your motor court driveway, you talked about a fence on the property line with vines. Isn't there a requirement for a certain minimum width of planting along the property line, or is that going to require a waiver of some sort? Just asking.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe there is in this case a setback for a driveway. There are setbacks for parking. And the short answer is we need to use every inch of that for driveway. We've got a 45-foot wide site, so that's what's generating that.
That I understand, yeah. So you're anticipating pavement with vine pockets, I assume?
That's right.
Yes.
And we'll cite those vine pockets based. Well, we've run turn templates on this, and we know where the pockets can go that they won't interfere with car turning movements.
Got it. Okay.
And you'll notice from the survey, David, that essentially the project there to the north has the same configuration where the driveway is right up to the property line.
I see. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Richard, questions?
Have you, Keith, considered, or both of you considered flipping this so you can, granted, your back refuge area would be in the front of your building, but it would seem that would allot you a lot more setback from the street to further reduce the impact scale to the street. I know there's
Well, I think
you probably have to consider, more adequately enclosed refuge and so forth, but it seems to me that would be something worth pursuing. Was it pursued?
It was not
Mr.
pursued.
Fitz, I'm
I'm
unclear on what you're asking. Flipping it left to right on the site, or
Yeah.
Flipping it end over end, where when you drive in, there is a enclosed or beautifully orchestrated architecturally refuge area. And then after that, you start your first unit. And the last unit goes right.
I can speak to that.
Please,
I can tell you why we didn't do that. The reason we didn't
I'm going to ask Mr. Guard, please, everyone stop. Mr. Six, please finish your question. And I need the applicants to wait until the question is over. We can't have everyone talking at once.
I thought it was over.
So, yeah, so I think you're understanding what I'm talking about.
Can I answer that now?
Yes.
Okay, so I do understand what you're talking about. You're talking about if we slid the whole building back and put that refuse in front. And the reason we didn't do that is if you take a look at the topography that's there, it's going at an angle across the site. And pushing the building back pushes the building onto that slope. The way that the refuse is notched out allows the building to notch out along that slope. And if you were to draw a string line from the corner of that building to the corner of the refuse containers, the refuse area, it's a diagonal that basically parallels the topography there. If we were to move the refuse to the front of the site and push the entire building back, we would then be encroaching 1/3 of the way down that slope and having to have a huge retaining wall under that building to make it work. And in terms of what it would do to the foundation and costs, et cetera, it would be really punitive in terms of costs. So the way we've designed it was following our soils engineers' recommendations to stay outside a certain distance from the slope. And we're even going within that distance a little bit now already, but we're able to cantilever that portion of the foundation. If we push the whole building back, we would be massively increasing the grading that'd be required to do this project.
If I might add too, if you look at all the recent development along San Andreas, they're all at the 10-foot setback line. And also, I think, from an urban design standpoint, it makes much more sense to have a unit's entry in a dooryard immediately at the street than having a trash enclosure. This way, the trash enclosure is way at the back and it's unseen from the public.
All right, thank you.
That's my question. Anything else? Okay.
No.
Mr. Whalen, question?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. Two small questions for Mr. Rivera. Are the balconies on the third floor solely for mechanical purposes? They aren't accessible? And if so, how does one access the mechanical systems when they're in need of?
Right. Correct. Those flat roof sections are all for, AC condensers, heat pump condensers, with the exception of the Unit 7's balcony there on the end at the right. In reality, though, the drawing currently shows open to below to that stairwell, more than likely that'll become some sort of attic space, and there'll be some sort of access hatches from the attic space out to those flat roof sections.
All right. And then I noticed on the elevations and perspectives, there was a chimney, and that's just for whimsical purpose, right? There are no fireplaces.
Well, there are no fireplaces. If we could go to the sections, please, I could hopefully point something out there. Well, it doesn't really show up. We're so tight into the solar envelope there. Let's go to the third floor plan, please. That the two end units that have their bathrooms on the north side, they are right into the roof slope. And so that little chimney houses a skylight at the top and provides some added headroom there in the bathroom area. So that's what those kind of architectural projection, as well as a functional kind of light and space giving element in those spaces. And that's allowed by the zoning if they are no greater than 4 feet in any dimension, which they are.
So if I understand you correctly, Unit 1 on the third floor has a skylight disguised as a chimney.
Correct. Correct.
And does that also happen on Unit 7?
Correct.
All right, I didn't notice that chimney. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. And my questions are, it's tough to tell because of the vegetation, but what is going on in the property to the, I guess, the ocean side? What sort of fenestration, windows, etc., are there, and what's the existing condition along that elevation?
Kevin, I'm not quite. Do you mean the in this photo we're looking at right now, the one that's on the bottom or the one that's on the top?
The bottom.
On the bottom, the fenestration is a single plane of elevation with a garage door on it. And then the rest of the building is linear. You can see it really well in the aerial photos.
Right.
If we want to go back to
I'm
those.
asking, what are there windows, etc., on the facing your property?
There may be windows on there. We can't see anything because of the hedge that's there.
Perhaps you could zoom in on that photo. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, try that.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is, have you attempted to study the locations of those windows in relation to these decks that are 10 feet, 1.5 inches off the property line? Is there going to be any issues of privacy, and what, whose hedge is that? Is that on your subject parcel, or is it on your neighbors? That's the gist of my question.
I believe the hedge is on the neighboring property.
Okay.
And again, we would have that kind of vined in wall or fence along our side of that.
Mhm. And that fence is 6 feet tall?
That would be, 6 to 8 feet, and we'd have to study that. You can also see that little side yard for the adjacent property is probably a 5-foot side yard too.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay, and it's hard to tell really what aligns with what as far as your windows versus theirs. Okay. Okay, that was my question. So if there's any other follow-up questions?
Kevin, I'm sorry, I have one.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
The balconies above the garages, are those a minimum width to get to establish your private outdoor space?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And
For
yeah,
the
that's
second
my question.
floor,
Oh, and how far then is the face of the balcony extending out from the face of the adjacent wall?
well,
It's
let's see if
about
I
4
can,
feet.
so I can do the math here. It's about 4 foot. It extends out about 4 feet from the face of the building. And as Kevin pointed out, it's approximately, 10 foot and change away from the property line there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions. Let's move to comments. So we're gonna have the applicants turn off their cameras and we have everyone up. So let's start with comments. Richard, do you want to start?
1 second, Mr. Chair, if I may. Just want to remind the board before we get into comments, the main reason the applicants are here today is for the determination as to whether or not story poles are required. And again, there are those findings that that we can bring up if you need to see them. And if they meet one of them, then they are exempt. But I just wanted that to be on the front of your mind, as that's the main reason they're here today.
Okay.
All right. So I have to congratulate the architect on, I think this is one of the best example of shoehorning that I've ever seen. It's just incredibly shoehorned and just barely, on a 45-foot lot, it's just incredibly difficult to do what he's doing. And with the solar ordinance and so forth and the slope groups, it's very creative. I'm very uncomfortable with the mass spoken scale, but given the new paradigm that we're talking about increasing and not diminishing units in the city, I don't think that there is much more than just subtle manipulation that we can afford to do. I think that in regards to story poles, I don't have much faith anymore in story poles. You look through them, they're especially in a confined lot like this, there's hardly any place to get a good vantage point to see and take a good appraisal of story poles. So I think based on that, I would not vote for story poles. I think the renderings and so forth give a basic idea. I would like, and I don't know whether it's available to the client to the applicant to do a Google in place massing with the surrounding neighborhood and plop this down in it. I think that would be extremely useful other than story poles. I think also it's very important, as Kevin alluded to, that we see exactly confirm that the hedge on the south property line is indeed the neighbor's hedge, and you should detail and be very clear on how they propose to detail that fence and in relationship with the existing hedge, et cetera. So I think that perhaps, and as my question alluded, I think, you know, there is one of the things that a configuration like this on a narrow lot brings out is that the extreme overhangs of the required balconies out and over the edge of the face of the garage and so forth. And I would hope that I don't have access to the elevations right now, but I'm hoping that there is a ability to have a significant beam below where the balcony members cantilever from, and perhaps even, yeah, I don't know whether that space is a beam or whether that's the head of the garage, but it would seem to me that a significant apparent structure there to show that those cantilevers don't spring all the way back to the garage rather at the face of the wall. And I'm thinking that even though it presents more bulk to the building, that the second story, the second story faces of the building between the balconies could be furred out. So there's an extra thick wall, so the 4 feet becomes 3'6", 3'4", and takes away from that extreme look. I can't point to it, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Is that there's like where the Porsche is, just above there, that wall between balconies could be furred out a bit. I realize that probably they're stacking, it would probably be a false fur out because they're probably stacking their shear walls. But I think that added bulk, reducing the radical cantilevered, in my opinion, cantilevered patios would be maybe something to look at. That's my comments.
Okay, they're probably right up against their clearances they need for the vehicular access and then the pedestrian access.
I'm saying having a kind of a corbel effect.
Oh,
right,
and then cantilever out over that.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, not at the first floor, but at the second floor.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Olson, comments?
Yes, I'd like to comment on the photos. They're some of the best photos we had of helping me understand how that neighborhood is. And so I appreciate those very much. I think the architecture is creative and clever. And I agree with what Mr. Six said. It's one of the best that I've seen to accomplish that. It seems to me hard to imagine that what we're going to say here is going to somehow improve the thought process that's gone into this. And I again agree with Mr. Six saying that we probably aren't going to have much to say about how to improve it. However, the height, I think, is the issue here. And I do believe that these units will fit the neighborhood, they'll fit the working force, and that it is part of the important architecture and buildings that we need, units that we need. But justifying the height, I think, becomes the issue here. And therefore, it seems to me like story poles are in fact important. That's all my comments.
Okay. Mr. Black, comments?
I'm not sure I have much to add. I think it's nicely executed project given the restrictive dimensions of the site. But I, for the most part, would agree with what Mr. Six has already said. I think it's a nice project. It's a little troubling, size, bulk, and scale wise, but given the parameters of the site, I think this is kind of what we have to work with, and I think it's been done quite well. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, I'd like to reiterate the comment about the ingeniousness of the plan, although some of it's very sparse in terms of room. And an aside, the hegemony of the car in the ground plan taking up so much space. Well, nothing we can do about that, but I do like to register a comment that how the car influences our urban design to such an extent. In terms of the size, bulk, and massing requiring story poles, I think it would be just as useful if the applicant had, along with the section shown here, 5 and 6, if they had the section that showed the adjacent property, I'll call it on the north or uphill, upstream. And then I know there's a 3-story unit amongst those. I believe you said they were St. George that are a lot away. That is skipping a lot to the south or downstream. So I don't think the scale is that out of proportion with the rest of the neighborhood. However, developing that a little bit bigger, I would like to see a little bit more articulation between the units. Looking at this north elevation, that's one flat wall, excluding the garages that punch out. I think a little variation in that wall depth, as Mr. Six suggested, perhaps spurring out some of the units. And moreover, more importantly, changing that one long roof span of tile, if there were a way to modulate that either vertically or in some way to, as I say, break up the massing of that one long expanse. And another of Mr. Six's comments, when I visited the site today, I noticed that the unit on the north, the more modern one, had also pushed their trash to the back, where it had been attacked by everything non-human that lives in Bonnet Park. And it was a mess. So a word to the architects that those really need to be secured. And I would support flipping that so that they weren't out at that back. And leading to my next comment that this beautiful Bonnet Park overlooking the creek is pretty much ignored by the site, especially by the presence of the trash at that end. It seems to me that this really could have been developed as an area more for the use of the residents. I do appreciate how the long driveway obscures all of the garages from the public view and gives a view of the park. It would just be more meaningful to me if something actually happened back there besides depositing your trash. I believe that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My own comments are that I think, again, the applicants have done a good job to maximize the number of units and the livability of those units on the site, which is very important. And I think it's incredibly important to build these housing units. So in my mind, the the limited third floor area is acceptable based on the location and the comparison between properties nearby. And I think we could definitely make several of the findings required to forego story poles, especially in light that we're already seeing three-dimensional images of the project at this early stage. And I'm also in favor of the waiver for the garages in the setback. Where the project could be improved, when I see the roof, and particularly and the aerial from the northwest, it's a pretty steeply sloped roof, and just the amount of roof is going to be very exposed and visible. So I think it's going to appear pretty large, especially in that sort of unbroken plane, even though there's some punctures in it. If we could go to, I don't know what sheet this is, the aerial views of the model, I think the previous sheet or two. Can we go back? Nope. No, of the drawings. Can we see the drawings? There we go. That's it. So in the upper left, that view in particular, just the amount of roofing that's visible, there's going to be a lot of it. So if there's a way to break that up or vary it somehow to create some relief from that, I think that'd be great. And then in the upper right image, what really jumps out at me is the size of the glazing on the third floor. And to me, that's kind of brings up two issues. One is privacy with the neighbors. And also it sort of pushes the project more towards a, I don't know, more modern feel, whereas the majority of the project has a much more Mediterranean feel, so the windows might be a little smaller or more vertically oriented. At any rate, something to consider. And those are my comments. So what I'd like to do now is to have a straw vote on how many board members feel that one of the elements from the list of findings could be utilized to forego story poles. So if we could have that list up.
So could I make a comment about that, about
Sure.
the need for story poles? It seems to me that story poles are more for the public than they might be for us. And so that's why I think that we need them, because I do think the height is an issue. And I think the public needs a chance to see the impact.
Okay, I can understand that it's a way of notifying the public of as well that something is going on here, whereas they may not receive notification otherwise.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
My story poles not necessary would be a caveat with Mr. Whalen's idea of a streetscape, elevation streetscape.
An elevation or three-dimensional view?
Well, that would be great, but if they don't have the tools or the expertise to do a flyover, a drawn streetscape, including, you know, as many significant buildings as they deem needed, would help us determine the relative heights and scale from the street.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well.
Yes.
So to Mr. Olson's point about the notification to the public, the city does require for these larger AUD projects to have a current rendering of what is being proposed for that site. So that include, so it'll be a 3D rendering that is posted on the site. And we do have confirmation that the applicant has done that. So that will be updated with any and all changes that may result from review by this board. You can still, of course, ask for story polls, but I just wanted to put that out there for consideration.
I think that's.
Do we know, sorry, Matthew, do we know which view they've chosen? And is that something that is something that they can show us at this point?
It's most likely, I saw a photo of it. I couldn't get enough detail from the from the photo that I got, but perhaps the applicant could clarify which view they got.
I can clarify that. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
It's the view of the project that it's the elevation that faces the street. So it's like one of our 3D views of the building, sort of looking at it from the street level as one would look up from the driveway.
Okay, so
No, I believe it's the one that's more looking from the south on the street view. So it would be the lower right-hand image, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair
All right.
Moore.
Mr. Whalen.
Yes, that is the one that I saw on site today, but it does not include any of the surrounding buildings. Well, it shows the double car garage adjacent to the south, but it doesn't show the units to the north.
Right. Okay, well, I don't want to extend this discussion too much longer. We have a lot to get through. We still have to come up with a motion for this. But so with that discussion, at least, and if we could bring up the story poll points again. So this is what we have to judge it on. If we can, it seems like it's certainly possible to make a finding based on A through E. So I'm gonna call for a straw vote. And how many board members can support making one of these findings, A through E, to exempt this project from story polls? Do a roll call vote.
All right, this is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
No,
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 4 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you. And Mr. Olson, I understand the concern. I share that concern as well. So I think we're just going forward, we just need to be very diligent about this type of decision. And okay. All right, so let's go to comments. Mr. Olson, do you want to start? Actually, did we do comments? We did comments, sorry. We should be looking for a motion. Does somebody want to try and craft something? Okay, I'll take a shot. I will move for an indefinite continuance and that the board appreciates the overall design of the project and feels as though the direction of the project is appropriate for the site based on the conditions of the neighboring parcels. The board would like the applicant to study the locations of windows in relation to the adjoining parcels to ensure that privacy between the neighbors is maintained or the applicant can provide fencing or landscaping to ensure on this parcel to ensure that privacy can be maintained by this owner. That the roof form should be studied to potentially break up the large mass of visible roofing on the northwest. And the board looks forward to seeing the project mature.
I'll second that under discussion.
Okay.
I think as a condition of not requiring story poles, I would like to see a accurate streetscape elevation of the adjacent buildings to still determine whether this is appropriate height and scale. And I also would like in the motion to confirm whether the hedge on the south property line is indeed on the neighbor's side and the details showing how the applicant intends to treat the new fence and planting in relationship to the existing conditions.
Okay, can we, instead of, can we say provide a street elevation with adjacent properties to verify the height difference? Because earlier in the motion, I'm saying that it seems like it's moving in the right direction. So I don't want to get us in a situation where we've said that and then they come back and we change our minds.
Well, Kevin, I think that that's the reason we would want the street elevation to change our minds if indeed it's apparent that it's out of whack.
Okay, well then, I'm not sure that my motion jives with that.
Okay,
So
you're not willing to have that language?
well, it's just not consistent. So are you still seconding my motion?
No, I'll withdraw my second.
Okay,
Second,
all right. Seconded by Mr. Olson. Any discussion?
I agree with Mr. Six. I think it needs to be in the motion. I seconded it so we could have the discussion, but I would not vote for the motion unless it included some stipulation about height study.
Okay.
I think the issue, Leon, is where we can go if we find the height study out of whack or unpalatable. And Kevin is saying it's just his motion is saying it's just to verify that it's compatible. And I'm saying we could use it as a tool to significantly request a reduction in height or whatever.
Okay, well, sounds like we're not gonna get there on my motion unless
I don't know.
Mr. Black or Mr. Whalen want to step in. No, okay. So I don't have a second.
I think there, and the inclusion of a street elevation to assure, if you will, or compare the project to adjacent parcels for the benefit of the board.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll withdraw my motion then, and Richard and Leon, if you have one you would like to craft, go ahead.
Well, I think I'll recraft with all of those inclusions, Kevin, of your comments, very good ones. With the only change being that we request a streetscape to determine if the mass and height of this building is appropriate to the neighborhood.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Did that motion include the waiver for story poles?
Oh,
Or exemption for story poles and waiver for parking, how do they put it? Parking to allow a 3-foot interior setback reduction for covered parking.
yes, I'll cover your omissions, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
okay with the seconder?
It fits with the seconds.
Great. Mary?
Let's do our vote.
All right, this is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore,
Well, could we hear could we hear the motion?
Okay, let's hear the motion. Sorry.
Okay, so Vice Chair Six's motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The board appreciates the overall design of the project and feels as though the direction of the project is appropriate for the site based on the conditions of the neighboring parcels. The board would like the applicant to study the locations of windows in relation to adjoining parcels to ensure that privacy between neighbors is maintained. The roof forms should be studied to potentially break up the large massing of visible roofing on the northwest. The board looks forward to seeing the project mature. Provide an accurate streetscape elevation of the adjacent buildings in order to determine if the project is of an appropriate height and scale and appropriate to the neighborhood. And the board accepts the landscape parking waiver.
Story poles.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Mary, I think we're missing the, what do you call it? The exempting of the requirement for story poles, given the findings.
Okay.
Let's be specific on A, B, C, D, or E, which one? I think C
I would
is
Yes.
C. And
Okay.
Mary, I also want you to include the comment on verifying the condition of the south property line hedge and require details of how the new fence and landscaping will be handled.
Approval of the second.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you
Any
read
other
that?
discussion? Okay, we read it again, please.
Okay, so am I taking the roll call vote now?
Let's read the
Or you want
motion
me to
again.
read it again? Okay.
Yes, yes, please.
So continue indefinitely with the following comments. The board appreciates the overall design of the project and feels as though the direction of the project is appropriate for the site based on the conditions of neighboring parcels. The board would like the applicant to study locations of windows in relation to the adjoining parcels in order to ensure that privacy between neighbors is maintained. The roof form should be studied to potentially break up the large massing of the visible roofing on the northwest. The board looks forward to seeing the project mature, provide a streetscape elevation with adjacent properties to verify that the height of the project is appropriate for the neighborhood. The board accepts the landscape parking waiver. The board finds the project exempt from story poles based on finding C, that the proposed structures will not involve blockage or substantial reduction of an important public scenic view, and show details of the new fencing and how it will be handled.
Okay,
Sounds good.
is that how you want it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And let's have a roll call vote.
Okay, so we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're right on time, but I could use a 2-minute break. So why don't
Yes.
we adjourn for 2 minutes? back. Okay. Looks like we can get going. Matthew and team, we are ready to go.
Yes.
Yes, we are ready to go.
Okay. All right, so we are going to reopen our meeting for July 13th. Move on to item number 2. You could have that up.
All right, it might look like Timmy Bolton is away from his computer, so we might give him a couple seconds because he's the one controlling the visuals.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. We're there.
And then if I could just remind the board members to please mute themselves so that we don't pick up background noise. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe you are muted, so if you could unmute yourself. Chair Moore? Chair Moore, you are muted.
It looks like his
523 square foot silo.
There we go. I'm sorry, Chair Moore,
Everyone-
we
can
weren't
everyone hear
getting the audio for a second.
Okay now? Are we good
Yes.
now?
Yes,
Okay.
we are. Thank you.
Great. So, all right. So this is item number 2, 121 East Mason Street, concept review, proposal for a 4-story mixed-use development in the coastal zone. Project entails demolition of existing structures, except for the 523 square foot silo and a construction of approximately 193,725 square foot mixed-use development on a 2.1 acre site. A total of 156 residential units are proposed, 144 rental units and 12 condominiums, of which 29 would be affordable, with a proposed density of 74 units per acre. The project has proposed a density bonus law and includes concessions and development standard waivers. Proposed non-residential floor area totals 19,202 square feet. A total of 210 parking spaces are proposed, 114 residential and 96 commercial, using a combination of standard spaces, mechanical lifts, and valet service. Let's see the second slide, please. Can we see the second slide?
So there appears to be just a brief lag, but it will come up momentarily.
Okay.
And Timmy, is it showing up for you and just not for the rest of us?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Timmy Bolton here. I pulled that slide up before you finished the ... on the previous page, so I apologize for what appears to be a lengthy lag on everybody else's end.
Yeah. Okay, I can continue to read it off of the agenda on
That
my
works well.
screen
Or here we are.
while we wait up. There it is. All right, no final appeal decision will be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with project compatibility analysis, as well as the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, and the outdoor lighting design guidelines. Okay, this item has the potential to be a lengthy one, and we need to be very conscious of time. We want to make sure the applicant has time they need to present the design. But it's important that the board members and applicant team remember that this board is not we're not particularly interested in the planning and zoning side of it. and the mechanics of the state density bonus and all of that. That is being determined by a different board. Our purview, and it's spelled out here pretty clearly, that we are charged with making project compatibility findings and based on guidelines. So urban design guidelines and infill design guidelines. That is our rule book. And with that in mind, I'm going to ask the applicant and their team to really focus on the design itself and keep any discussion about the planning process, et cetera, to a minimum, so we can be sure we can get through all of the presentation, get all the information that we need to make a good decision. Okay. So with that in mind, I would appreciate it if the applicant team could limit their presentation to 20 minutes. I'll have the timer running and I'll let you know at intervals how we're doing, okay? So if you could introduce yourselves.
Mr. Chair, hello. Good afternoon to you and to the rest of the board members. My name is Suzanne Elledge, and also with me today here, you can see, I'll let everybody introduce themselves, and then I just have a few brief remarks to make.
Begin your presentation.
Yeah, hello, I'm Christine Perone. I'm the architect. I'm with the Cornell Collective.
And hi, I'm Courtney Miller, landscape architect.
So before we begin our presentation of the project, I wanted to provide you just with a little project background. The owners have been working on various project concepts for this site over a period of several years. And the design has evolved, but several things have remained constant over time. The owner's objectives are community-minded. The primary goal is to create a substantial number of rental units and a meaningful number of affordable units. And the project has always been mixed use with an arts component and a desire to support the local arts community. Also, we've been seeking to achieve these goals in a project design that is compatible with and in the funk zone concept. This is a 2-acre full block site in the heart of the funk zone, and as such, we have a unique opportunity to do something important and positive and transformational. We elected to go through a concept review process to get early feedback because we're taking an innovative and collaborative approach to this project. We're using tools provided by the state and local housing and coastal policies to achieve the project goals. We've been conducting early outreach to various stakeholders over the past few months and submitted the application to the city for concept review at both ABR here today and Planning Commission back in March, just a couple of days before the COVID shutdown. But nonetheless, we've continued our outreach, and we had a virtual neighborhood meeting in June, and we just had our meeting with Planning Commission back on July 2nd, a couple weeks ago now. We've received a variety of insightful comments, including a critique about how the arts-related spaces that we are proposing and what's before you today, what they achieved, and that has spurred some ongoing discussions with local artists and art organizations, which we welcome. And we're hopeful that these discussions can lead to a project that is as responsive to the arts as it is meeting a critical housing need in our community. And regarding the primary project component, the rental housing component, a couple of things I just want to note. The project today has 12 condominiums, 144 rentals, and 27 of those are affordable and would be restricted for 90 years. We're proposing something that I haven't seen on any other privately funded housing project. We're proposing a local housing preference program, and that would apply to all the rental units, whether they were market units or the restricted units. And the idea is to really try to get this housing to local residents and employees on the South Coast, so anywhere between Gaviota and Carpinteria. And I also want you to know that the proposed housing has earned the endorsement of the Coastal Housing Coalition and the City Housing Authority, and these letters were sent to you for your information. Our review with you today will wrap up this concept review phase, and our intent is to take everything we've heard, all the stakeholders that we've heard from during this phase into consideration as we prepare our next level of plans and our formal DART application package to the city. If we are going to create privately funded housing in our community, we have to have flexibility in height and other development standards, and there is no reason why this can't be achieved in a creative and thoughtful and beautiful design that's compatible with its surroundings. We think we've done that, and we're eager to hear your comments. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Christine at this point.
Thank you, Suzanne. Can we first, and thank you to the board and board members, in order to honor your 20-minute commitment, which is a bit of a stretch for a project of this size. I'm going to go through the slide deck very quickly. I may skip over some elements, and I would just ask that the board members please jot down questions for me. I have to make my own judgment about what you may or may not want to know more about. So I think that will facilitate getting moving the project forward and also getting at the questions that we need to discuss. Next slide, please. And if we have lags like this, we get an additional 10 minutes. This is the PDF deck. This is not our PowerPoint presentation. Can we please use the PowerPoint presentation?
Again, there may be a bit of a lag, but Timmy does hear you, and he is pretty responsive. We do have that PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, 1 second. We may not at this point.
We pause the timer, so don't worry.
What else could we talk about while we're waiting? It looks like non-essential office closures are happening again, based on the news today. So we might be all back at home for a while.
Yeah. You know, I think I can, while we're waiting, I can talk a little bit about the project and skip a slide, and just so that we're using the time well. Oh, there we go. Don't have to. Next slide, please. I don't want to spend too much time orienting the board members. I believe you're familiar with this site. We're bounded by Yin and Nolly, Santa Barbara, Mason, and Gray Street. You'll see there at the corner of Yin and Nolly and Gray, there's the Paley Wine Building. There's on the Yin and Nolly and Santa Barbara Street side, the Michael Kate Building. If the board members feel they want a bit more orientation, at the end of this slide deck, I have a more elaborate aerial that shows images, but I'm gonna move forward with the understanding that the board members are familiar with the site. Next slide, please. So what I do want to start with, and what is important, is the spring point for the design thinking on this project. This is in part of our community that is factory industrial oriented. And when I was looking at it, I had a vision or a kind of a glimpse of the starting point from this train spur. That is one of the elements that we'll be preserving on site. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the Weber Bakery and that brick wall, and you see that middle photo on this slide. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I've always been curious why a brick wall is curved. And if you've ever noticed, that is a curved brick wall, which seems odd given that it's made out of bricks. And when I started this project, I saw the reason why, and it went to the heart of the thinking for this project. Pragmatic, straightforward, simple solutions. What they did when they built that wall, when there was an addition to the Weber Bakery, is they went from the railroad spur, and you see we've enlarged that note, that is a curved railroad spur. And all they said was build the wall 7'2" clear from the inside base of the rail. And to me, this was an illumination about this type of architecture. It's pragmatic and it's purposeful. And whether it is large windows for natural lighting or sawtooth roofs for natural lighting, all of those reasons I felt were there's a nucleus here, and it became the spring point for this project for everything that we did. Next slide, please. So here's the site plan. And one of the things that the design team from the very beginning was committed to was a porous site design. So you'll see those orange dotted arrows are actually public thoroughfares. We're calling them alleys, not paseos, because we're in the funk zone. But it was important to us to help break down the site, which is a block site, bring the outside in, bring the public to the inside of the project, and also accomplish all of the other things that we have to accomplish with these types of projects. This is not in the central business district where we get a zone of benefit for reduced parking. We have to provide for all of our parking on site, which has been a struggle. Honestly, that is an approach that lends itself better to a big box store. So what we did was we looked at creative ways to, one, get that parking on the site, but be people and pedestrian oriented with these paseos. And how we did that, you'll see there's on the right side, on the left side is the public. I'm calling it public art garage. You'll see quickly why. And that is all the required surface parking. In the center is a residential garage, and I'll show you why that has a bit more height to it in order to create the space for these paseos, alleys. And then a valet garage that will serve the restaurant. And again, using some of the mechanical lifts that help to consolidate the parking. It was important to us, of course, to wrap the entire site with more people-focused uses, whether it's retail or restaurants, it could be gallery spaces. Obviously, these can change, but we wanted to make sure we wrap the site that way. And you'll also notice that we did orient a little bit more of the commercial-oriented uses towards Santa Barbara Street, facing what have there's Chopa Chopa and the other commercial spaces. And on the Gray Avenue, which we identified as a quieter street, you'll see more step back of the buildings, more landscaping, kind of softer edges. And the functions that we put over there was more like a little bit of light industrial. Can you click, please? Oh boy. So this is the silo that is one of the iconic pieces of architecture that we are proposing to preserve on the site. There was no historical report requirement for preserving any of these elements. The design team and the ownership team felt pretty passionate about maintaining the original fabric of the funk zone with this project. And we identified the grain silo as important to it. You see a little bit of that Weber Bakery brick wall, which we also preserved. On the site plan, you'll see in that upper right corner, we're calling out the loading dock. We're going to preserve that, and we'll have a slide here in a moment for that. And as well, that train spur on the lower right side. Can you click, please? Click, please. People having a good time. So the other element that we're proposing is off of Santa Barbara Street. You see center top is that artist workshop, could be a workshop gallery. Obviously, we're working with the local artist groups to decide the best use for it. But the idea here was to have roll-up doors facing Santa Barbara Street and roll-up doors facing that artist workshop court internal to the site. So when this is open, again, it's one more level of a porous nature so that you would flow through from all the way from Santa Barbara Street through this workshop into that workshop court. Click, please. I see we're having this lag time. I'm gonna skip it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I would suggest moving towards the exterior
Yeah, let me,
imagery and all of that. Is there a slide number you want them to advance to?
it's an animated slide. So each click propels it forward to the next. So let me just talk about this briefly, because this is an important part of the design. And this is fine where you stay here, but you saw that water drum, and you see those blue circles both on the Santa Barbara Street and Gray Avenue side. This goes back to that design inspiration about being pragmatic with the design and letting that influence how we come up with what this architecture is. We knew we had a high water table here, and doing our stormwater management in the ground would be incredibly difficult. And we decided to use that as an opportunity for design. So you'll see those blue circles are actually going to be above grade water tank storage elements that we will be integrating into the architecture and making a statement piece about stormwater management on this site. Let's just try to go, I'm going to quickly say briefly that we are also looking to implement a lot of art pieces throughout the site, whether it's utility boxes that are as art pieces, mural walls inside of that public art garage. But that is an important component of this design. Let's go to the next slide, please. Sorry, everybody, it's tough with the lag and how this slide deck was built. I'm going to try to skip some things. So now I've gone up to the second level. And here is where we're having all of our residential. And one of the things I wanted to talk about is we are providing quite a bit of open space, but it doesn't meet the technical definition of Title 28 open space. This was before we did the new zoning ordinance. And that's where we have what looks like not enough or not sufficient open space. And here in the purple ellipses you see on that site plan, quite a few courtyard spaces. You can also again see on Gray Avenue at the lower level, again, we're definitely stepping back a lot of the building there. And then on the Santa Barbara Street side, you'll see we step back so that there's deck space that's in the first level. And then we move the second and third floor back away from the street edge to layer back and respect some of those other pieces of architecture there. As well as in that upper right corner, you see that very large piece of one story. It's a one-story element that is the existing loading dock roof element that we are proposing to retain. Next slide, please.
And that's 15 minutes so far, so.
Yeah, this is really difficult with the lag.
I understand, but please.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm skipping a lot. But this is an important project as well, so it's hard to just skip too much. This is the third level. Next slide, please. I would please ask the chair's understanding with the importance of this project. Here is the fourth level, and this is important to talk about because we have internalized the fourth story so that the perimeter is 3-story elements meeting the height limits or much lower, and also again outdoor space. And again, there's a total of outdoor space where we can demonstrate we are exceeding what's required. Next slide, please. The roof level. Next slide, please. So here is the Yananali Street elevation. And you can see we have purposely designed this so that the scale of our project relative to Haley Wine there at Gray Avenue is similar in scale and size to the adjacent structures. And that you can see we step down as we go towards Santa Barbara Street, like 2-story elements that relate to the smaller scale architecture on that side. Click, please. And here's a closer up view of the same. Next slide, please. And also please note while we're waiting there, those alleys and paseos not only create internal connections, but we're breaking down the scale of this architecture. It's not one big monolithic design thought. We have a lot of smaller pieces broken down with deep paseos, not just a 2-3 feet deep kind of recess element. Can you click, please? And here is some of the design thinking on Santa Barbara Street using traditional sawtooth elements. Click, please. Click, please. I'll skip the artist workshop gallery. Click. And again, here is that loading dock area. And this is what I'm talking about for those water tanks that will be kind of exhibition pieces for our stormwater management, but also are really relating to traditional factory industrial architecture. What you see there is an image of a gravel factory. So we feel that we're tying back into that concept. Click, please. And there's the loading dock. And next slide, please. Here's the Mason Street elevation. Click, please. And you'll see that bowstring truss design element. That is actually referencing an existing architectural element that is there. It's hard to see, but it is there. You can see it in the aerial. And then on the other side, we're keeping that brick wall, Weber Bakery brick wall, that when we get near original pieces of the architecture, we are trying to not mimic them, but complement them. And in this case, we looked at doing kind of a folded metal screen balcony element that would float above that. Next slide, please. And here we've turned on to Gray Avenue. Click, please. And one of the important design elements is the silo, the grain silo. And I want to point out how we reimagined that. In reading the historical report, it was originally open at the bottom to allow the train car to come in underneath. That's what the train spur was there for. So we reimagined that in an artistic way, so it becomes a design portal. That's a major element to enter into the project. Click, please. And the other side of Gray Avenue. And again, some of the green roofing that we're considering to do. Click, please. And click, please. Next slide. And here are some sketches. Can you go back one, please? This is the corner of Santa Barbara and Yananali. And again, here it's showing how we've stepped down that architecture relative to the Michael Kate building. It's also all open decks, patios, open space, kind of a board form concrete expression. Next slide, please. Here is the sketch. This is that main alley across from Llama Dog, showing that concept of the large metal tanks and the architecture above and that deep grand alley entrance in. Click, please. Here again is at Gray at Mason and Santa Barbara, showing that bowstring truss and the architecture on the corner. Click, please. And click, please. Here is the silo as reimagined. And click, please. And here we are back at Yananali looking back. And click, please. I'm going to save these slides. These really discuss the reasoning for the height. And if one of the board members would like a better explanation, I would request a question for these. I think what we could do, Mr. Chair, I please ask for you to consider a little bit more time. We have a landscape architecture and we have 2 animations that I think are going to be really informative for this project.
Okay, let's do the animations
Okay,
first,
thank you.
and then we'll give Courtney some time to discuss the landscape.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Could we go to the Google Earth animation first, please?
Christine, you're still muted. Hang on.
Could you hear any of that? My explanation? No? Okay. Can we go to the other animation first, please? It's the walk around. And I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can now.
Okay. We've been going back and forth if we can be heard during these. You may need more explanation for the other animation. This one, I think what is telling here, and this is what we're trying to show, is you really can see very, very little of the 4th floor because it's been internalized to the site. And I hope as you walked around, you were watching for that 4th floor element. It's hard to see, except for the one on Santa Barbara Street that I wanted to be 4th floor that you can't see. So I know we're going to hustle here and go straight to Courtney. Thank you, everybody. It is quite a bit of a project to go through in this sort of time frame. I would ask if you have any questions, please ask them. I skipped quite a bit of the elements, and I do know that there was some questions from the neighbors, and we are definitely thinking about and looking at what they've asked us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Courtney, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to skip this slide. Go to the next slide, please. So this is our conceptual landscape plan. I'm just briefly going to walk you through it, and hopefully we can keep it down to a couple minutes. As Christine mentioned, with the site plan, what we were really trying to do was pay special attention to connectivity and pedestrian circulation through and around the buildings. So the pink arrows here depict pedestrian entries into the site. The gray arrows are vehicular entries. And just to orient you, the pink or like tan areas are hardscape and the green is softscape. We have a direct connection point to the existing walking path that connects to Garden Street and that public parking lot. That's on the upper right-hand corner where it says beach access. There's a triangular area near that that's part of the city property that we're hoping to develop into a plaza. And then basically throughout the property, we're implementing a series of paseos or alleys that connect to a series of courtyards and plazas. All of the spaces here that you see are intended to be public. So those are available for both residents and community members. This project will not be gated. So everything you see here is intended to be open. And I'm just gonna check my notes. Why don't you go to the next slide? And actually the following one. This slide just highlights the plazas or kind of public space areas of the site. And we really want this from a design perspective to feel very vibrant and lively. You can see that's reflected literally in the colors we chose to represent the drawing. But we're looking to have a lot of art on the site, also to support artists through, you know, the residential component and the workshop component. And we really want this to feel inviting. So next slide. We have a couple of renderings. This one depicts the loading dock area. You can see one of the above ground water storage tanks on the right that's sort of covered with a vine. And then this is an interesting use of this space. I think we're taking an existing or what used to be a loading dock and using it for that in the new project. So it's supposed to be kind of a multi-use space, and it could be used for events. The pink doors that you see on the right are, those will be artist studios. So this could be used for, you know, exterior space connected to those studios for community events. But we're also implementing, you know, a standard perimeter sidewalk and streetscape, and this will be used for loading for the project. Next slide. This is a view into the project, and it's taken from the base of the silo building, looking, I think, east along the property, kind of into the interior. So we wanted to show you guys this primarily to give you a sense of what the interior spaces will feel like. Overhead, there will be a series of walkways which are supported by the columns, some of which are pink in this image. And there's a lot of really interesting ways that we're looking to implement planting into this property. And lots of ground to sky opportunities where we can actually have trees planted in between the buildings and, you know, spanning multiple levels. You know, also showing things like murals. There's a large bike storage component towards the back and outdoor restaurant patio on the right. So next slide. Just quickly, the perimeter streetscape, we are implementing a traditional streetscape with a pedestrian zone and furnishing zone in keeping with the pedestrian master plan. This area will also have biofiltration planters, and we will be implementing Tier 3 stormwater BMP strategies, and I can speak more to that if there's any questions. Next slide. Lastly, just some reference imagery. These basically describe the general look and feel that we're after for the landscape design, hardscape design for the property. We're taking our cues from the regional ecology and historic context of the site, and want to maintain and celebrate the urban and industrial character of the Funk Zone. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Is that everything?
Mr. Chair, if I may just ask if any of the board members are interested in seeing either the animation or the Google Earth video that Christine tried to present. You know, we feel badly that you didn't get the audio along with that. So height is very important in your review today. And to the extent that that would be useful to your discussion, I just invite you, since they're both so short, to perhaps ask her to show that again with her explanation in advance so that you understand what you're looking at when it comes back. I just invite you to do that if you'd like. Yes, that is the end of our presentation, and we're very happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we actually need to open for public comment at this time. When it comes time for questions, board members can request that again. So, Matthew, do we have members of the
Mr.
public?
Chair,
I guess we should announce it.
Yeah, we should announce it
as well.
because people may be unfamiliar with how public comment works in these remote settings. So if you're attending us or attending this meeting, joining us this evening, you'll see a icon in the top right corner, typically of your screen, and it's in the shape of a little hand. All right, I see a couple people who would like to join. That gives we have quite a few people in the crowd, so I imagine people will be popping up as we go along. First, I will unmute John Campanella, and Mr. Campanella, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you.
All right, and
it's important to remind the public that we need to limit the time to 2 minutes for each speaker.
and there's a timer so you can catch
Excellent.
yourself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As a member of the Planning Commission, we saw a couple of earlier renditions of this project when I was on the commission. This is a great improvement, and just some observations. When you talk about compatibility, this is equivalent to a half-acre city block downtown. So when you look at compatibility of these buildings and places to each other, not just the surroundings. Maybe across the street, but the farther you go, the more you got to run into Spanish colonial revival, either the Hotel Californian or the CPH condos or the upcoming Wright Hotel. If you're trying to stay with an industrial look and a functional look and a simple look that the Funk Zone had permeated, this is what you have. Also, these buildings look like they've been repurposed from the past for housing, which is exactly what we're trying to do downtown. And who knows when we will get there. You have an opportunity here to accomplish that. You also have an opportunity to set up paseos, and gathering spots for the public. Very difficult to do downtown, as you know, with zero lot line houses on State Street. Very hard to do next to public parking lots. So here is an opportunity to do that. Last comment would be on the 4th floor. It takes 3 floors of residential really to make economic sense. And in this case, they're making condos on the top floor. These condos on 4th floor, after you have to go through all of the parking below, help subsidize the level of affordable. That's sort of like the giving to the developer to get back more in return and get affordable housing for the workers in the area. So I would hope you would actually consider that height as really being beneficial to the financial, feasibility of the project and to the benefit of all of us, especially if it's very hard to see from the perimeter at a pedestrian view. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Campanella. We have John Umel.
John Ummel.
Mr. Ummel, you have a few minutes. Yes, we can.
Okay, I have a comment, and embedded in the comment is a question, so I hope the chair will indulge me, hoping that this question will be asked of the applicant at that time in the meeting when you ask them questions. Here goes. The applicant has received initial feedback about the project from residents and artists in the Funk Zone, as well as the Planning Commission. I think it would be valuable if the applicant were to briefly tell the ARB today whether they are considering any changes to the current design based on that feedback, and if so, what changes those might be. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Umel, sorry. We have a Harry Brule.
All right.
Can you test your
All right.
audio?
Yep.
Yeah,
You hear me?
We can hear you. We'll reset the timer.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd do that. Thank you. So I live on Gray Avenue across the street from this. So a few concerns just to run through, starting with the bulk and density of it. It's one massive building that sort of dwarfs everything else in the Funk Zone. Funk Zone is a unique place. So this really, I think, would change the landscape of what's there. I think we need to think about the tourist economy, that moving the Funk Zone from sort of a gritty artist area. A few other notes, traffic. This is a lot of cars. There are 150 some odd units, 300 plus vehicles. How does that work in areas that's already pretty parked up? The state law quirk on parking that let them have fewer parking areas is due to near public transit. It's hard to see a lot of people commuting on Amtrak, which I think it's a misuse of the state law. There are 55 residential units within one block. They didn't come to us until they already had the design laid out. We really would appreciate them connecting to the community, hearing the community's interest in the neighborhood, the 110 people living next to this. The artist community, they also didn't reach out until after they had done it. They didn't even know that there were 30 artists working on site. We're wondering how the Coastal Commission comes in. In terms of the height, we have a lot of issues and concerns around privacy, that we bought our condo expecting that we wouldn't have someone right into our front door window into our bedroom looking in. Gray Avenue has currently on the north side set back, all the buildings are 25 feet set back or just have garages. This thing is going straight up 3 stories from the street. It really changes the sense of that street and what that looks like. They also put a public garage opening on Gray, which doesn't make sense to us as a quieter residential street. The garage entrance goes right across from the Pally entrance and to other residentials. It doesn't seem like a safe way to go. So we'd appreciate a parking study, a traffic study, and looking at those design elements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brule. We have Gil Berry. He's self-muted right now. Mr. Berry, if you see in the top right, there's a little red microphone icon. There we go. You're unmuted. Do you want to test your audio?
Hello, my name is Gil Berry. I'm an architect in Santa Barbara. I took the time to look at the plans fairly carefully, and I thought I'd draw your attention to something you might not have noticed. And the very center of the project that's at a diagonal is the parking lifts. And it's actually 3 levels of parking in a 2-story space. So that 3 levels of parking takes 2 stories, and then there's 3 stories above it. So the very center of the project, this angle, is actually 5 stories. Now, if you look at the 4-story floor plan, the 4 stories around the perimeter circling that angle of parking, there's a full flight of stairs going from that 4th floor deck up to the 5th floor deck. They call it a 4th story, but it's actually a 5th story. It's actually a 5-story building. Now, since the 3 stories of parking in a 2-story space would legally be 1 story, yes, it's legally a 4-story building. But for all practical design purposes, you're looking at a 5-story building. Now, my main concern is it's only a block from Cabrillo Boulevard. And between Cabrillo and this site is a city parking lot. There's no buildings. So when people drive on Cabrillo a block away, they'll look over and see this massive 4-story buildings, including the 4th story. So I agree, if somebody's on the street 20 feet in front of the building, you're not going to see the 4th story. You're going to see the 4th story and the 5th story from Cabrillo Boulevard. Now, lastly, I wanted to point out that it would be very reasonable for you folks to not support the 4th story due to it's clearly not compatible with the neighboring buildings that are mostly 1 and 2 stories. The zoning calls for a maximum 3 stories, maximum 45 feet. that limits all the surrounding buildings to 3 stories and 45 feet. So even if this one gets some kind of a special treatment, it still can't be compatible with the 3-story limits and the 45 feet limit and the 1-2-story buildings. So I'm hoping that you will make a finding that the 4-story is not supportable. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. And we have a James Rogers. Are you there, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And we have the timer reset.
Great. Thank you, Architectural Review Board, for hearing a comment on the development here. I am the owner of 125 Gray Avenue and also 123 Gray Avenue. My first comment is just unfortunate that the comments need to come in through public comment here, and the neighborhood was not consulted by the developers. We could have had a really constructive conversation with the developers, but we're not a part of that conversation. So I'm confused when they say they held a local meeting. So we'll offer the comments here. I think, principally really just concerned with the size, bulk, and scale of the development. As was mentioned previously by fellow neighbor, everything else on Gray Avenue is set back at least 25 feet or has a single-story garage. And here we're talking about maybe 7-foot setback and then going 3 stories up, which is just going to create a cavernous effect on the street, which is in an otherwise very spacious area, which has very nice public views, which I think many would agree give the funk zone its character. I would also comment that the architectural style here feels a lot more like a college dormitory, as if you were in Isla Vista, than it would to fit in the funk zone. And it's going to require the elimination of some very unique elements. The grain silo, yes, they're going to maintain it, but they're going to eliminate the lower level. The lower level, the ground floor, is where most of the photographs, if you look up the funk zone, are taken. It's also going to remove the garden, and several dozen trees more than 50 years old are going to need to be removed, which are home to tremendous diversity of wildlife, which give the funk zone its funky character. The parking, and has already been mentioned, the lifts are a huge concern, and also the privacy. Having neighbors looking over into my living room and bedroom it just is not something I like to see from good neighbor policy. So thank you for taking comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. So if we could just quickly pull up the raise hand instructions once more. We do have one person, Mr. Clausen, on, but I just want to remind everyone else just to get lined up we do have, okay, good. More people are popping up. All right, so Mr. Clausen, I'm unmuting you. Can you unmute yourself and let us know that you can?
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, we can. All right, we'll start the 2 minutes.
Thank you. My only credential is being a member of the public. I'm not an architect or anybody trained. I consider myself, though, a fortunate public member to be watching this meeting virtually, but not representative of the general public. With that in mind, I feel this project requires the erection of physical story poles for consideration by the general public. As the applicant has noted, the funk zone is currently and historically oriented to industry and arts, with the latter of growing importance now. Artists, by their nature, are often oriented to a 3D sense and visual appearance, not to computer technology and online renderings. The current residents, workers, neighbors, visitors, and property owners deserve to see the shell of the complex in full scale. Commissioners are familiar with findings for exempting a project from story pole requirement. I would direct your attention instead to the original City Council Resolution number 17-006 that authorized story poles most recently. Both the first and second whereas clauses refer to the important need for story poles by the general public. What you probably do not have is the council agenda report that informed that resolution. In addition to acknowledging story poles as an important visual aid for decision makers, that is you, it says, and I quote, "Story poles are the only form of visual aid currently used by the city that serve a second purpose, to inform the public that a development of a certain size is proposed for a site." All of that said, I feel this gargantuan project is character defining. It's not just a matter of compatibility with the neighborhood. It will define the neighborhood. And because of that, I hope that you will mandate physical story poles for this project. No computerized flybys, no architectural renderings. Erect the physical story poles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. We have a Pat Saley. Hi, Pat. If you want to unmute yourself.
Okay, there I go.
All right, perfect.
Hi, Matthew. Good afternoon. I'd like to address the topic of story poles, as have several other people. Story poles are very effective at helping everyone see how a proposed project would fit into the fabric of the community. And as Rick just mentioned, the City Council passed a resolution about 3 years ago that stipulated that story poles shall be required, particularly for AUD projects. They're required to evaluate project consistency with land use policies, to evaluate the size, bulk, and scale of projects, and to evaluate neighborhood compatibility and any potential impacts to important public scenic views. This mixed-use project sounds like it's well thought out, although other people would like input, is asking for many things. A 33% increase in height from 45 to 60, 4 stories, possibly 5, instead of the max of 3. And the applicant is asking your input on design, architectural and neighborhood compatibility, sensitivity to adjacent historic resources, public views, and open space. It seems it would be difficult for you and the Planning Commission in the future to weigh in on these important questions without seeing story poles, especially with the comment about the view from Cabrillo across a parking lot. I respectfully request that you adhere to the council's direction and require story poles for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And then we have Emily Morrill. She is the last on the list that I see with the hand up. So if you would like to speak, please find that raise hand button. It's at the top right corner of your screen. Emily, can you give us a test real quick?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We'll start the clock.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Emily Morrill. I am a tenant at 121 East Mason. I have rented an art studio there for the past several years, and I have many concerns about this project. You know, basically the scale and the scope of this thing is just not compatible with the character of the neighborhood, and it's just too much. I have many concerns about logistics, you know, traffic, parking on a street that's a loop with no outlet at the end. This could set a precedent for many more 4-story projects, which would obviously have a big impact on the style of the city as a whole. Obviously, I have a lot of concerns about the impact on the art community on the block. Currently, there are 6 small artist studios proposed for this project. At Mason Street Studios, which is Weber Bread Building alone, we have 5 studios and a gallery space. Many studios on Santa Barbara Street, Silo Building, the Greenhouse on Yananali, Quonset Hut on Santa Barbara Street as well. So a lot of the elements that are presented as being about the arts are very surface level. Murals, you know, painting the mechanical lifts different colors, putting murals in the art garage. These aren't really things that help the art community. And, you know, I would hope that if this project moves forward, that live work studios will be included, more things that would actually be of benefit to the art community. So thanks very much for the opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you, Emily. We have Carl Cross. So
Oh, I know that guy too.
Good.
He's
Nice
really
job, him. Very
Oh,
good.
hang on. My apologies. Carl, if you can unmute yourself. I unmuted you. Can you give us a test real quick?
Hello.
There you are. All right, we'll start the clock.
Hi, my name is Carl Cross, and I'm an architect. I live on the third floor in the Pauli Wine Building, right on the corner of Gray and Yananali. So I have a very intimate relationship with the site. I've lived here for the past 10 years. I'm a full supporter of urban housing and would like to see some kind of project like this go forward, except that I believe that the massing in this project is too much. One thing I would really like to see is that the members really reach out to the community and get more of a perspective from the art community and from the neighborhood moving forward. I think there's been a lapse of that. And also some of the buildings that they are attempting to save here will get lost in the whole new proposal. And what's really kind of the sacred and soul space of this whole entire block is a garden. And it's kind of a non-building. And I don't see a whole lot of public open space. The limited paseos and cross ways going through the space are very canyon-like. And if you're talking about a 15-foot wide space going up 60 feet, I don't really see that as very intimate open space to gather. But I support a lot of the members that live on Gray Street and some of the comments that I echo, trying to get more of a residential feel for Gray Street, keeping the commercial aspects and the parking garage entrances on Santa Barbara Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. I'm not seeing anyone else. I do have, I've seen Sheila Lodge. She has, her hand's gone up and down a couple of times. So I just want to check in with her and see if she was wishing to speak. I've just unmuted you. Oh, perfect.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair and ABR members. I'm Sheila Lodge, speaking as an individual. I hope you had an opportunity to read the email I sent you a few hours ago. It has several images illustrating my points. I urge you to require story polls. That's the only way people will really get the sense of how very, very large this proposed project is. And I'm going to speak mostly about the style. This is a new residential building except for the ground floor commercial uses, the retained dock area, the brick facade on Mason Street, and the silo. One small area is planned to have a light industrial use. An industrial look might be appropriate for that small area. It is not appropriate for residential areas to look like factories. This is not a case of a repurposed industrial building. It is being built new. I was pleased to hear during the Planning Commission hearing that the charming brick facade of the building on Mason Street would be retained. Then a rendering was shown, which you saw earlier, in which the brick wall is overwhelmed by a bulging, alarming black factory-type building on top of it. The charm is all gone. There's one building in this neighborhood on Yananali that has the industrial look of this proposal, 10 East Yananali. Sawtooth roofs don't exist here. In discussing what is in the neighborhood, the architect ignored the Spanish colonial revival buildings directly and diagonally across Yananali. David Gebhardt, architectural historian much involved in design in Santa Barbara and for whom the room in which you usually meet is named, used to say that when you look at a building here, you should know you are in Santa Barbara. There isn't a thing about this project that says Santa Barbara, except for the sad remnant of brick facade. This is not to say that the buildings need to be white stucco and red tile. They should at least have a Mediterranean feel and a timeless quality that goes with it. This building has no excuse for not looking like a place where people live and like a building that looks as if it belongs in Santa Barbara. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lodge. So I'm not seeing any new hands up. We will put up the slide that lets you know how to do that. And we'll give you a couple seconds. We'll wait until that slides up. We're having a little bit of a lag in the slides today. So once that's up, just maybe I can do it verbally. There should be a button on the top right-hand corner of your field division, and that should look kind of like a hand with an arrow on it. And if you would like to speak, you should click that and let it come up. I am not seeing anyone new at this time. Let me just do one more quick go through. All right, yeah, I'm not seeing any new hands going up. We also did receive written public comment, Mr. Chair. One second.
Great.
VPN.
Would you like to acknowledge those?
Yes, we did get one from Ms. Sheila Lodge, who spoke and outlining similar concerns, as well as some images of the neighborhood. We did receive, that one was for the Planning Commission. You should receive some letters from the applicant team that are addressed to the planning commissioners, but for the sake of ABR, I will not be including them in our public comment as they're not addressed to you. Emily Morrill, who also spoke, similar concerns that were outlined in her public comment. These are all made available to board members, so it's not that these aren't being read, it's just for the sake of time, we can acknowledge them. And she did get chance to speak. And we also have a letter of support from Cass Ensberg, enthusiastic support for the project. They like the mix of housing, preservation of historical elements, the architectural style, the water tanks, the inclusion of art, the inclusion of public walkways, unique landscaping, and the parking. And then we have John Ummel, who reiterated his requests for clarification as to whether or not the design would change as part of their conversations with locals as well as the Planning Commission. And then we have Harry Brule, who also spoke with the same concerns of the bulk traffic, state law, and coastal commission. And there's a great outline on his letter. So I encourage all board members to review those and it will remain as part of our record. And let me just, now that I've gone through that and we have that slide up, let me just see if we have anyone new. Nope, we do not. I hand it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to thank the public for making the effort to write letters and to participate in this forum. Okay, we are going to go into questions now. And if I could have all the board members turn on their webcams. See everybody's faces. All right.
Mr. Chair, while
Yes.
everyone's coming back on, I was wondering if I could make a couple of comments in response to the public comments that I think are clarifying.
Not right this.
Okay, I'd appreciate the opportunity if you find the time. Thank you.
Moment. We need to keep moving. So we're gonna go to questions and perhaps some of those questions will.
And this is just a reminder to all board members, a number of you have your-
Mr. Olson, do you have questions?
A number of you have your microphones on. If you could mute yourself when you're not speaking, just to minimize background noise. We'll wait for the chair to call on you.
Questions for me? Did
Mr.
you
Olson,
ask me to-
are you ready? Yes, yes, please. Yes.
I would like to actually, I have mostly comments, but I have one question, and that is the silo. It was shown, as were several of the elevations, that they had a billboard nature to them, and I'm wondering whether or not that's the final intention.
Mr. Chair, this is Christine Crown. I'll respond to that. Yeah, so as we know, murals and artist murals, art pieces throughout the site is so important to the Funk Zone. So in what we're doing there was just showing some examples of what might be. These are not what we'll have artists involved that will actually do it. I would ask you to note that everything I did add as a mural was a Santa Barbara reference. So I was rather pleased with that. So yes, that's what those are. They're references to the future artwork that will be there.
And Chairman Moore, you had said that we might at this time request to hear the video, and I would like to hear it.
Are you meaning the flyby one where she's describing where the project's visible and where it's not?
The one where she was muted and we couldn't hear what she said.
I think.
So that was the first one.
Correct. Before we started, so this is the model has been dropped into, can you hear me with this now? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. The model has been dropped into a Google Earth Pro site, so it's kind of live in a way. And what you're seeing here is
Mr. Chair, my screen is black. Am I doing something wrong?
No, mine is as well. We can't see the video. There we go. Richard, can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Great, thank you.
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
You can. Yes, we can.
Can we go back to the start so that everybody can orient themselves and see where the project is?
And Ms. Perron, just so you know, when the video starts, for some reason, the program keeps muting you right at the beginning. So once we restart it, just make sure that your microphone icon is green.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It's been changing with us between different presentations. So before we start, on the upper middle part of the site, of the image you see, is the project.
Unmute, Christine.
Yeah.
So
now I'm not able to see the video, so I don't know if everybody else is.
So it seems to be that when we don't have it playing, no one can see the video, but when we have it playing, no one can hear Christine. So this seems to be an issue with GoToWebinar. So I think you might need to be quick with the clicker, Christine. We'll press play now, and if you could just unmute yourself real quick and be able to, yeah.
We'll do. Okay, so you'll see beyond that old Beacon storage building, that's the project. And we're going to fly around over to the freeway. Staff had asked us for 2 views from the freeway. That's why you're getting the 2 views from the freeway. And so we're landing here, and we're going to look down as we get to it, Gray Avenue. And you see the project just to the left of that big pine tree. And it'll go to an image. You don't see the project. It's going to go back to Google Earth View, and that has the image of the project. So if you can see that now, that's the only glimpse that we can see from the freeway. And we'll show you here looking down Santa Barbara Street, the same kind of view structure. And it really is just demonstrating that the project is not visible from this vantage point. And that's the extent of that view. Again, we were asked to do this from the freeway, so we did. And of course, we are more than willing to show other vantage points from Cabrillo, which we've also studied, and they may be helpful for future reviews.
Okay, Leon, were you able to see that?
I was. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
No other questions.
All right. Mr. Whalen, if you have questions.
Sure. I would like to begin with an understanding of the height relationship to an existing building. The largest building appears to be across Gray Avenue. Can you give us any idea of the height relationship, i.e. that building appears to be 3 stories, but looms very large. Do you know if it meets the current height restriction, or is it a variance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whalen. So I think I don't know if you're referring to the Paley Wine Building or the office building on Gray Avenue or Gray Avenue.
The biggest building on Gray Avenue. Big hulking.
I would say that's the office building if you were asking me. And that building is, if we could, it would be useful, I think, for us to go to the height exhibit that I skipped over in my effort to be as succinct as possible. Is it possible for us to go? I don't know if we're looking at the PDF now, not the PowerPoint.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and to Ms. Piron, by chance, do you have that same stuff in the PDF? It'd be a lot easier on my end, but if not, I can pull that up.
I do. It is, I need to open it really fast. I was looking at I thought I was going to be referencing the PowerPoint. My apologies. So there is a
sheet 25 in the PDF.
Thank you. And 24, but let's start at sheet 25. So this was a height analysis that's color coded. And what you see there is that office building on Gray Avenue does have a portion in the middle. That's the gold color that exceeds 45 feet. I believe it's about 50 feet. I need to double check my notes. It's just the center portion, and then that building does step down. And what you can see here is our building, our proposed project also exceeds the 45-foot height limit, but does so internal to the site. That's, as we've shown, I think, in that animation and some of our view sketches, it's very difficult to see. If I can take a moment, if we can go to the prior slide, 24. I think this helps explain a bit to what is happening with the height. So slide 24, please. And as that's loading, there it is. I think, can we go to the upper right corner first? This may be difficult to do with the lag. I think what this exhibit, and the board members have this in their package to hopefully you've had a chance to look at. So the upper right corner exhibit shows what parts of the building exceed 45 feet high. And you can see that actually 69% of the building, of the height, is below 45 feet. Almost the entire perimeter, except for where I purposely made that iconic tower at the Paseo entrance. And if we scroll down to the next exhibit, you'll see that once we get there, I'm going to go ahead and talk ahead here. That then if you go above 50 feet of height, we have a smaller, even smaller footprint that you see there. And that then is 83% of this project site is below 50 feet. And the reason, and one of the public commenters alluded to this, is that in order to create those open paseos and get all of the required parking on site. Again, this is not we have no community benefit reduction. We have to provide all of the parking per our zoning ordinance and state law. In order to do that and get that added openness, preserve a significant one-story piece like the loading dock. In order to do that, yes, what we chose to do was go to 3-story high parking lifts in the center. That is an 18-foot ceiling height, so that does pop that central core up higher. And that we did in order to get the greater good from our point of view was having some height that is hard to see that gets us more about pedestrian access and less about cars that are consolidated, which has been the ownership and design team's goal. So if we go down one more to the bottom exhibit, and here's where you'll see that then it's even a smaller percentage that goes over 50 feet that are just kind of kissing up towards, above 55, it could be 57, 59, and we're still, but there's only a very small percentage that does that, and it's actually very difficult to see. But I think the main point here is that height in the center, because of the taller stacking of puzzle lifts, is what got us to open up this site to have those public thoroughfares, to preserve large one-story pieces of architecture, which I know most of you are architects, so you understand what that means, the lost airspace of preserving a large one-story element like that. So thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, more than adequately. Thank you. Could you go back to the site plan, please?
Which sheet do we think that is?
My apologies. Please go to sheet 12.
Yes, this one. So it appears in this interior portion of the residential garage, I'm having trouble reading. The edges of the building look like they open into the alleyways.
Yes.
What's going on there?
That goes back to that porous nature that we're trying to accomplish with this design, so that it's not a grim, dark parking garage, but as we allude to there, we call it a public art garage. The concept here is to integrate murals in there. It could be some fantastic lighting design, but make this as a desirable location to flow through as you would at any other point of this site. So we are trying to open this site up that way.
So the triple stacked cars are visible as one walks through the alley. Is that correct?
Oh, that is a different question. My apologies. So yes, so from the residential garage, we did have this idea of kind of a kinetic sculpture is how this might feel, because if you've ever seen those mechanical lifts move around, there was an opportunity to open those up so that we are expressing them. So they could be painted bright colors, and then when they're in action, you'll see them moving around. And that again goes back to, using the elements that are necessary for this project in a way that then creates art, always integrating the pragmatic with the art. And that's where that came from.
And then on the opposite corner, it looks like there's a pinch point between the residential garage and the public garage. What is that dimension? It looks to be about 6 feet or so.
That's correct. It's about 6 feet. And yes, I do call that the pinch. And we think it is one of those elements that will be exciting and dramatic as it's experienced, because you will have this sense of funneling in and funneling back out again.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused about the storage tanks, the 3 that are shown there. do these store stormwater runoff? If so, is it pumped into them? Or
Yes.
have I totally misconstrued this?
No, thank you for that question. So yes, because the funk zone has a very high water table, it is very difficult to do what is normally done, where it's either a dry well or an underground cistern to store our stormwater. So we decided to use a, again, more pragmatic industrial factory approach and express the storm water. And yes, we'll be collecting that storm water on upper levels with deck drains that will all come down into these larger storage tanks. And what we want to do is use this for our irrigation, on-site irrigation, and also to make it an example of that this is happening. This is what we're doing, and talk about it with the community. Rather than hiding it under the ground, let's express it and make it a part of the design and a part of the community's understanding of what stormwater management is all about.
Very good. And then to my last questions, to the retained brick wall. Now, excluding the curved wall portion, what portion that faces the railroad tracks is removed? It appears that part of it is retained, but there, I infer that the valet garage is going to remove part of that brick wall, right?
That's correct. But the remainder is being retained.
All right. And then my last question, very simply, will the rail spurs be retained in the landscape plan?
Yes, those were, again, we thought those were an important design to retain.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Black, do you have questions? Oh, you're muted still.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Six, questions?
Okay, thank you. First of all, to staff, is it my understanding that we're going to generate, as the planning commission did, comments only, and we're not going to make a motion?
That is correct, Mr. Six. Today is just a concept review.
Okay, and then do we have an obligation or a responsibility to determine whether we require story polls, or is that a planning commission issue, or when does that debate and decision be made?
So this, I don't believe, is an AUD project, so it doesn't automatically trigger story polls. So that would be something that this board can discuss. And if you do decide that story polls are necessary, just please try to coordinate that with when you send it off to Planning Commission so that they also can review the polls as part of their deliberation.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to sheet 16, Christine, or Com, the Mason and Gray railroad spur and so forth. I guess the wall between the restaurant and the train spur, even though drawn straight, is the slightly curved wall, correct?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted. It is, that curve is so subtle, it looks straight here. It was drawn per the survey.
Okay, and then I don't think we have to take time to go to the elevations, but this other segmented, more curved line that's reflecting the spur, the elevations show, what's your plan there? The elevations show kind of a metallic, a metal rusted material?
Yes, yes, Mr. Six, that the concept was, I don't really realistically believe that will be a cantilever. So it was the first thought at what would support the architecture.
Okay.
It is the first pass. Honestly, I'm still mulling that over. I don't know if it's quite right.
Great. And in the photographs of the curved wall elevationally, there is a black, what appears to be an old opening. Is that something that can be, in order to get more in and out between restaurant and train spur area, is that something that can be removed without damaging the integrity of the wall?
You're talking about the opening in the brick wall that?
Well, it's actually enclosed now. It's actually.
Yes, I think that could be opened. I saw in the original drawings, there were 2 more openings. They're not in this set, but I saw in the original construction drawings. I'm interested if those are still there. Given the texture and color of the brick, I don't think they are, but we are interested in opening that up, yes.
Okay, as long as we're here, it's a bit less than architecture, but I've heard the concern about the removal of a lot of the artistic community. Are the restaurant portions of these a critical component of the economic viability of the project, or could these perhaps be transitioned to more artistic, the art, to serve the art community?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Six. I think that, as you well know, a lot of what's done here is analysis for parking criteria. Going away from restaurants is less parking. That only helps us. So it would have to do with the tenant that chooses to use those spaces down the road. We just identified these as possible restaurant uses as possible, but certainly the owner is open to whatever uses work here. We've also talked with the arts community when we did reach out to them. We've identified a few opportunities for adding additional artist studios, reducing the size of that retail space that opens out to Santa Barbara Street. So we are still working on this and finding the best uses.
Very good. If we could go to sheet 17, excuse me. Christine, on the Yananoli gray brick building and as well as the bowstring building in back of Mason, it appears, and through your images, can we go there? There we go. So on the lower, on the second and as well third floor, your images and elevations of the brick building on the corner of Yananoli and Gray suggest a 3-story glazed openings surrounded by the brick, but yet here we have what appears to be open balconies. Are you planning to, what are you planning to do? Enclose those balconies, have them open the windows, or have a non-glazed mullion system? What's your thinking here?
And you're talking about the Yananoli, yes. So my thinking here was I liked referencing those large scale openings of factory buildings. And I also like the idea of having this metal mullion steel structure that's open. And I think that actually helps when you have a balcony or deck facing a more active street like Yananoli, so that even that screen will be open, maybe a few glazing pieces that are colored as a kind of an artistic element. It helps also kind of create that buffer between the private and the public. But that's the concept there, is those will be kind of open screen elements.
Open mullion system.
Exactly.
As if the glazing in the big glass opening were taken out.
Exactly.
Is that the same for the bowstring gable end at Mason?
And that is more of a study, but yes, I think that you see that element on the upper arch where I repeated that concept of an open up glazing system that alludes to what had been there. But yeah.
Okay. Enough said. If we go to sheet 18, I'm in a quandary here. Why, Christine, do you green the 4th-story roofs, which technically a green roof needs a lot more height and so forth, as opposed to, I guess it's folded into another question, why there's not less, or what are the uses, and are some of them green on the roofs of the 3rd floor?
That's an excellent question. And I think it's just because we're at the early concept stages. And I think we would definitely be, as we've talked more and more about it, we became more and more interested on having more green roof on the lower levels. The upper levels were kind of a design concept of seeing that sweep of green roof would be interesting, but not necessary. That's definitely still in early
Not
design.
necessary. Okay, I think that's the question I was, or answer I was looking for. I don't think we have to skip and delay for another question I forgot on sheet 16. We don't need to go there, but are your head Florida ceiling heights in the residential garage with the 3-tier parking puzzle? Are you sure you have included extra height for plumbing drops and the paraphernalia that have to go underneath and on top of that of the mechanism?
I think I'm close, and definitely at this early stage. It's 18 feet for those puzzle lifts. I have a 9'6" floor-to-floor height, so that's I know we're pushing the boundaries for that.
That's a very critical dimension there.
Yes.
Okay. If we go to, let's go to elevations, sheet 19. And this is a general question. If we zoom in on like the, oh gosh, either or, let's go zoom in on the Yananoli Street elevation. I appreciate and very excited about the language that you're using on the very perimeters here, but it seems when your renderings suggest that, when you expose some of what I call the internal building, like behind the low story or 2-story yellow guy there, and the gray in the background that presents the 4th story. Are you intending that to go to a more contemporary or a different architecture? It looks like those, the coverings over the walkways and so forth. And I also see in the visual walk by that you're looking at glass railings and so forth. Is there intention to differentiate between the industrial funk on the outside and the internal building masses?
No, not at all. Thank you for that question. The glass railing is the first pass, and yes, we will want to have glass railing in some places, but there's no intention of having that throughout. So there'll be a play of materials and kind of allusions to whether it's historic pieces of structure or slightly modern ones on the interior, just as you've seen around the perimeter. It's just maybe not as developed as the perimeter is to date.
Okay, thank you. On this same sheet, are we on 19? Just a question. A comment. I've never seen a building scale enhanced or mitigated by the careful drawing of the telephone poles. Are those poles going to be required to be removed by the city?
They are not. Those are not on site. Those are in the public right of way. And we do believe that they are an important part of the funk zone. If you walk through the funk zone, those are artists, art canvases. And that's why we included them.
And then one last question on the next sheet, sheet 20. Wait. Before we go, I'm noticing on, if we can scroll down to the Santa Barbara Street guy, here in the yellow two-door opening. I noticed that you have solid roll-up doors for your artist roll-up doors, and I think you've done that again on the loading dock one. And is there any thinking about using glass roll-up doors to experience this porosity that you're thinking about?
That's an excellent suggestion.
Okay, thank you. And then if we move on to, I'm almost done here, sheet 20. The silo, and what's the name? When you remove the bottom walls, what do you see up in there? Do you see a hollow silo, or do you see an existing soffit of the second floor?
What we're expecting to do there is that will be an exit stair. So it'll be an open exit stair. And if you've ever had that experience of looking up at a stair that wraps up into a volume space. So that's what we want that experience to be.
Great.
And then we've talked about painting the inside walls a bright color so you get color balance in there. That will be a kind of an experiential moment is what we're thinking.
I noticed that on your plans, your stair is on the opposite side of the opening to the second and third floor corridors, which would mean that you'd have to have, well, the drawings show those levels with landings.
There may very well be a more elegant solution to the stair.
Okay.
That captures that experience better.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson, do you have questions? You're muted, sir. Leon, you were muted.
I was the first one you asked for questions.
Oh, okay, great. Is everyone else gone? Dennis, you went. David, did you have questions?
Not me.
No? Okay. I guess I have a couple of questions. So on the site plan, on, let's see, sheet 12. So if I'm walking from State Street on the Ananali on the sidewalk, and I cross over Gray Avenue, I'm going to experience some sort of retail or food and beverage combination on that elevation on the ground plane. And is the expectation that people are going to then enter the project through that, for lack of a better word, paseo off of the Ananali and then through the parking garage? And then carry on into the rest of the development?
Thank you. That's a good question. So I think how we've envisioned this is the entire perimeter is activated, and all of those spaces would be accessed from the street that they have frontage to. So you would walk around the block to get to any of one of those. But that in addition to that, we have these other layering of action. Public interaction that would allow you to as well walk through the site, perhaps get to the restaurant from the backside, walk through the public art garage straight into the artist workshop. So the way you access the commercial space is probably typically from the right of way, but we just still wanted to have that other layering of public activity on site. I think I answered your question. Did you want to know how we got up to the residential level?
No, I was just trying to figure out how somebody would actually get to all areas of the site. So you're expecting that they will continue down the sidewalk and walk all the way around to get to the artist workshop, for instance.
I imagine you could pull into the public, my apologies. I think I imagine you would pull into the public art garage park, and then you could walk straight out into the artist workshop through one of those interior alleys. Or
I was thinking of it more as a pedestrian experience as you approach the site from each side. Majority of people are going to be walking from the State Street side as they've gone through the rest of the funk zone and they're exploring this area. So
Yes.
is that your expectation? Okay.
Yes, it is. That would be a from the public right-of-way experience there.
Okay. And did you explore other means of adding a stronger pedestrian connection from Yananali through the site?
We would love to probably think about that. Obviously, parking drives this, but I think that the through flow from Yananali interior to the site would get you to the artist workshop court, which you would be just as well served walking down Santa Barbara Street. So I guess in my mind, this was a layering of experience. So if you're a pedestrian and your first experience of this, it's kind of like my first experience of Santa Barbara. You know, you experience Santa Barbara from the right of way and you see the shops and you go into the shops and then you learn about the paseos. That's another layer of excitement and interest that then adds over time. So I guess I think about it that way, that it's about how you experience Santa Barbara around the perimeter. And then you may get to know the project a little bit more and know, oh my gosh, there's these, you know, amazing little paseos. And then there's this other way I can get through. So it evolves, your experience of the site evolves over time. I guess that would be the best way I could explain it.
Okay. All right. And then one of the letters from the public brought up the flood zone and sea level rise issues. Can you just very briefly discuss how that impacts this project and what the expectations are, how to deal with it?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we are in the flood zone, and which prohibits us from, of course, putting residential on the ground level. We will be providing, the garages are allowed uses in the flood zone, and then the commercial spaces are with the proper waterproofing treatment that we'll also do, as we've done with other projects in the past where we've had to provide for water barriers in a flood zone. So it would be the same as some of our other projects, is how we would approach this.
Okay. Those are the bulk of my questions. So does anyone have any follow-up questions? No? Okay, let's go into comments. I'm just gonna go, at least on my screen, left to right. So Dennis, that puts you first for comments.
Okay, I'm glad I made some notes.
Great.
About that. Well, first of all, I do think it's a very lively and commendable design that is intriguing from many points of view and does support the nature of the funk zone. The three elevations I find along Santa Barbara Street, Yananali, and Gray Avenue are quite interesting in and above themselves. And I'm just talking about the layer along those and seem to relate well to the surrounding buildings. The interior passageways, however, I find lacking in any sort of real character that the designers allude to the qualities that they want to achieve. The landscaping seems to really work against any shaping any public spaces that really might happen in there. I can go into more detail, but for time's sake, I will continue on. However, the elevation on the Mason Street, I think it's very unfortunate to lose not only that portion of the brick building, but that what remains is completely overwhelmed by the stories above. And if I read the drawings correctly, that appeared that there are even some support pilotis near the train spurs that were holding up the projected second and third floors above. I really think you've lost everything that you were trying to retain on that corner. Overall, the building and I realize this is acceptable during the increase in unit drive, but it exceeds, by my own calculations, it exceeds the number of units by 20%, the height by 25%, the number of stories by 25%, and the outdoor area is hardly half of what it is required to be. So in conclusion, David Gebhardt had another quote where he alluded to Santa Barbara's character as Spanish colonial revival is really mythological. It's nothing that you would find in Spain. It's what we think Spain should have looked like. Well, this appears to me to be a very Disney-fied design of what industrial loft-like with converted to housing should look like in, say, New York City. I would think, though, that for this to be any sort of real success, that this center portion really needs to be reduced so that you can get more light and activity down in there and reduce and eliminate this question of height and story poles. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Black, comments.
Well, I think it's a little overwhelming, but you know, I think the architectural character is appropriate for the funk zone. I always see the funk zone as being very eclectic. I think the one thing that you don't want to end up though with is a project that is what I call a bright shiny penny in the middle of the funk zone, because the funk zone is not bright and it's not shiny. And I think it's important to sort of retain that character. And I think for the most part, you've done that. I think it's just a matter of materials and finishes, I think, just to kind of give it a look. But I agree with Dennis. I think some of the interior open spaces seemed a little bit on the spare side. I always kind of wonder what the actual uses are going to be down on the ground floor to draw people in there. I mean, when I think about the funk zone, at least as it stands today, I mean, what brings people there are restaurants and bars and wine tasting groups, and that's what brings people in. So, not to say that that's what this has to, depend on necessarily, but I think when you sort of boil down the uses on the ground floor, you really have to think about what's going to pull people through. Otherwise, it just becomes a space for the residents. I do have some concerns. I mean, I'm just trying to imagine with that many units, what an increase in population is going to do to that area. I mean, it's a great thing, obviously, to have more residential units available, but adding another 300 people and umpteen cars. I mean, those streets down there, Santa Barbara and Gray Avenue, are actually, for the most part, quiet little streets. I'm just trying to imagine that much more traffic coming and going. And but I like what I see generally, and I think story poles are going to be a must, given the size, bulk, and scale of what's being proposed here. I think we owe that to the community, just to let them know this is what's going to happen, because this is a big project, and as we know, and but I'm looking forward to you know, what comes down the road with it. You know, I think it definitely has some real pluses to it. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Comments?
Yes, first of all, I want to compliment the applicant team on just such an excellent, thorough and beautiful presentation of images and information and flybys and so forth. It's just remarkable. I think this is a example to be followed. It's great. And I also want to echo the idea of the very creative nature of the site planning, the massing, the brilliant and creative ideas of taking the funk zone vernacular and celebrating it and solving some of the more difficult problems such as water retention and so forth in a very exciting and new way. But I think that the main concern is, you know, is this size of this project and its height going to destroy the character and scale of the funk zone? It's a real concern. I hope that, you know, the quote is to keep the funk in the funk zone, and the funk zone is about lower densities and less bulk. I hope we don't, especially if more projects like this come down the road, I hope we don't have to rename the funk zone the bulk zone, B-U-L-K. However, you know, there is a real alignment with the powers that be, with the need for housing. You know, the new priority is makes, you know, us look at the old measurements of mass, bulk, and scale with a different yardstick. And I think that we have to find a compromise between this new priority of housing, and this seems like one of the places to do it. I think if this, you know, again, if this is one unique project and we don't see many more of these in the funk zone, I think the funk zone, we don't have to consider an all or nothing. I think, you know, we can have, you know, contrast between this big building that is much bigger than its surroundings and much different than the rest of the texture of the neighborhood. I think we can have both. I think we can have, it's not an either or. I think we can have, you know, this as a different piece of the nature of the funk zone, and you know, there are other parts that will contrast with this and will benefit from that contrast. So I think that, you know, given the new paradigm that we're have the priority of housing, we need to critique this building as it's sized. I don't, even the state mandates, I don't think we're going to, it's not going to be wise for this ABR to say that it should radically be reduced or lose stories because of the mass, bulk, and scale. So I think we should consider the mass, bulk, and scale of this project. I think they've done a very good job of around the perimeters of cutting up and making interest in the ins and outs and ups and downs of the project. It's radically important that these openings and gaps and ups and downs be wherever possible, be increased and enhanced. And if the Planning Commission or of the powers that goes through its process, if there's any relaxation or need to reduce the amount of housing, that the first priority would be to increase the setbacks, widen the gaps of the alleyways going in, and set back, especially on the second and third floor, the perimeters. Those should be the first areas to see those reductions in mass and scale. I don't think that, I'm not concerned with the quality of the inside spaces. I think, that's the risk that the developer takes, and I think in a grander way, the risk the city takes of proposing and seeing these new denser projects where open space and views from your bedroom across the court, these are all, things that I think are at risk to the developer and so forth. I'm hoping that these apartments will be viable. If not, that's too bad, but I think that our responsibility is to make sure that the exteriors and the perimeters have as much porosity and reduction in scale or concern of the scale around the perimeters. So my vote would be to not pressure the outside massing in order to develop more internal livable or enhance the inside spaces. I think that one of the things that is lacking in the presentation, and it speaks to whether we need story poles or not. I think that I saw the flyby animation Google World on the Planning Commission, and it was, I think it would be very useful if the applicant did more of that. According to the time clock on the Planning Commission video, at 3 hours and 39 seconds to 34 seconds, it radically screamed by what I think, as it goes up State Street and lower, it quickly went by those and settled on the freeway, which I don't think is an issue. But I think it would be best if we saw more of that those portions of the flyby, and that would help. So my next main concern is, the style, the detailing, the materials. I really enjoy and I think it's the right approach to take the language of the funk zone and express it in this building. I think that it's great that they've sensitively maintained some of the structures, the loading dock and the silo, etc. I think that's wonderful. I think that my concern is that I also see, for instance, on the renderings that were provided by the landscape, I see a tendency toward a sleek, modern, and I know this is early in the work, Christine, but I would be very concerned if it starts to go that way. I think it's very important that, one of the words you described in your verbal list of things that the funk zone is authentic. And I think it's very important that you do carefully determine languages, materials, and details that that don't look false, don't look fake, don't look modern, don't look applied, so that authenticity of that industrial funk zone language is really, it gets pulled off. You know, for instance, my concern about the, I've already said the glass railings, those are very contemporary. They should probably be metal grills or gratings for an industrial look. The window openings, they look right now like very large Conair aluminum fixed large pane windows. Those should be smaller panes and should have, you know, like your image of the brick facade has layers. It has a big mullion and then has support, then has sections of smaller mullions. That's the old flavor, the industrial flavor that I think is so important to maintain. I'm hoping that the silo will be the original platinaed surfaces, and maybe even the artwork would be totally left alone. So that's that authenticity, that patina could be maintained. And when wall materials are selected, for instance, the wood, the poured in place concrete, there's many different textures and styles that you can choose, but I'm hoping that the texture and style that's chosen has kind of a hand-hewn look of the older of an older industrial structure. That goes so well as well with the sonotubes, the round columns as they're suggested in purple. I think that those should be, you know, more hand-hewn and reflect the old square box columns with a rusticated look to them. In regards to the colors, I know it's early, Christine, especially given the probably the choice of the technical person that did the walk around. I see a lot of primary colors, purples, bright yellows, reds, and so forth. I think that it's important that the color palette have muted rusts and faded yellows and galvanized grays and so forth. I think also, I think when you get to your copings and your parapets, you need to see a minor parapet, a functional one, and we should see the galvanized capping of the practical, real practicality, as I think you spoke to. We should see that. In miscellaneous general comments, I already spoke about my question on the. I'm concerned about the restaurant serviceability, you know, the loading and unloading of food and so forth. I think those could be much better. Well, the Planning Commission probably would take a look at those. That's a non-architectural question. I think that one of my pet peeves in projects like this with garages on the ground floor is looking in through the mouth of the garages and seeing all the spaghetti, the plumbing drops and fire sprinklers and so forth. I think that's okay in this situation to get that industrial authentic look, but I do think that the lighting should be sensitively chosen, that we don't get strip fluorescence or contemporary look, that we get some bell-shaped canopy light pendants and so forth. So I'm almost through. to specific questions, can we go to sheet 16? So down again on the Yananoli Gray, I see from on the retail and cafe on the lower left-hand corner, I see you're pushing the building back from the property line, and I see on the landscape plan that you're intending vines against those columns. I would suggest that you don't, that you bring your columns all the way out to the property line so you can get more recess between the opaque columns and the glazing, more like your image of the brick building that you put on. Again, I understand it'll be very interesting to see your idea of the unwindowed mullions in those elevations, as well as the bow truss building. And I think Kevin hit it on one concern. Is there any way in this public art garage to rearrange the parking? And indeed, if the mass and parking demand is relaxed by other forces, it would be nice to improve that a pedestrian connection from Yananoli to the Artist Court, and maybe a different paving material and so forth to celebrate that that connection. Again, I talked about the silo stair and rearranging that so Christine, you do get that look up and that volume. On Mason and Gray, I think that the location of the outdoor restaurant dining is unfortunate, as it's totally under the second floor level. And I think that, as I generated in my questions about the historic wall, if there's a way to open up and put the dining more oriented toward the railroad's spur area would be better. And perhaps that restaurant outdoor area could be more opaque and some different use that again would help minimize the massing of the perimeters. I do concur with Sheila Lodge that if indeed the number of units has to be relaxed, that one of the first areas of priority is to reduce that overhang over that curved wall to bring it back out to the sun and more apparent to the public. And I think that it's important along along Gray to carefully study the window locations and sizes to maintain privacies with especially with the residential areas across Gray. Sheets 17 and 18.
Richard, you're approaching some kind of a record here for.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll be soon.
I should have started a timer on you.
Yeah. So again, in regards to, I know that I said it opposed, but if you look down here, the courtyards reach all the way from the sky down to the second floor. I think that that creates and the limits to the openability of the third floor because of the access to the balconies, to the balcony accesses to the bedrooms, the studios and units around, give a real canyon-like effect. And I would I would suggest that at least the second floor, you give up that vertical attempt to get to sky and consider those more not enclosed, but limit the third floor court to opening smaller skylights or openings that would bring more usable court to the third floor, you know, which wouldn't, it doesn't have such a cannon effect to the sky. I already talked about the green roof at the fourth floor as opposed to green roofs at the third floor roofs. Let's talk about that. Again, mentioning the glass roll-up doors for the studios and the works stuff. Sheet 20, the bow truss gable end seems too flat to me and needs some ins and outs and projections from its gable end. That pale yellow is all, it appears to be all in one plane, and I think there's some opportunity there to go in and out, especially if there's balconies behind it, without losing the industrial bow truss look. In the on the Gray Street elevations that, and I missed this on the, well, I've already talked about the black box and setting it back from the curved wall below. I think that both the, again, on the lower left-hand corner, the lower left-hand brick building, there should be more variation in the openings, the three-story openings along here and the 4 openings along Yen and Ollie. There should be, at least one of those openings should be, have a higher sill or some difference. They just seem to be too, I know it's early, but they seem to be too consistently the same. So again, I think that it's a very exciting project. You really need to be careful about materials, and I think I didn't mention the third floor height. I think that it's set back at the fourth floor height. I think it's set back enough from the street that with the exception of the flyby that I want to see, I think that the fourth floor and its heights exceeding the usual max are okay. Those are my comments.
All right. Okay. Burleson, you have comments?
Well, Mr. Six may have said it all. But I have a couple of things to say. First of all, I'd say to staff that this is a very important project, and I've complained in the past about having a meeting that lasted too long, and now I'm going to complain a little bit about needing a little bit more time. But it seems to me like trying to shoehorn this applicant of this important project into 15 or 20 minutes, as we would a duplex or a triplex, seems unfair to the applicant and really unfair to us, although it doesn't seem to deter us from making a lot of comments. But I think that there are aspects of this which are will go unnoticed and unseen because of that short time. The second comment is about the artist studios. the concept here is about art. It seems to be built around art and artists, and those are really two different things. So what is being relegated here in the funk zone, what used to be a lot of art studios, now is 6 little art studios, which maybe is like 1 or 2% of this total project. And I don't suspect that there is any idea of affordability being given to those, as there are other aspects. And so it seems to me that the project might deteriorate when artists can no longer afford this. And so some consideration should be given to that. I think that the use of the silo is excellent and creative. I think that should be further investigated. I hope that works. It's a very good idea. I believe the repurposing here of this project is a good concept. I think Mr. Six did mention using the language of the funk zone here is important, and I think this project does that. I think that's a very good aspect of it. I also think that having set back that 5th floor back as far as it is may be effective, but I would like to see a flyover and some views as it might be seen from Cambrio. The repurposed aspect and the industrial aspect of this, I think, is quite good. I think it does need story poles. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, I had just one more important thing on this sheet right here. On the boat truss elevation, it seems to me that you could do a very quirky notch in the 1st floor lower left-hand corner to save and show more of that beautiful surround and archway of the existing building. So it'd be a quirky notch, but I think that's what you're going for, quirky. Thank you.
Okay, sure that's it? Okay. I guess I'll just pick up where Mr. Olson left off, discussing the reuse of buildings on site. And the reality is the vast majority of this is brand new, and there's not that much that's being reused. So I think, even though the presentation had buzzwords of adaptive reuse and authenticity, things like that, these are, I don't know what the percentage is, 90% brand new building. So I struggle with that, especially in the funk zone, because it does have such a great core and sense of authenticity. So it's tough, and it's very tough to then extrapolate that into a larger project like this. It's very difficult it's a fine line to go, from authentic to Disneyland. And it's very tough to pull off. It's tough to build new to make it look authentic. So I think there are parts of the elevations that are successful, and I think there's parts of the elevations that aren't quite doing that. And a lot of people have alluded to the black mass floating over the brick on Mason Street. That seems out of place, out of character, and a little frenetic when compared to other buildings, even large buildings in the funk zone, which are generally very restrained and still have have that authentic nature. So I think hopefully as the project matures, some of that eclectic and frenetic nature can be ironed out, and this would result in a little bit more restrained and ultimately better project for everybody. And I did write some things down. I think I struggle most with the site plan and just the way that it has such an opportunity to invite the public in and to let them move throughout the site, but it's really at its most main street on Yananali where the most people would encounter it. It's really almost blocking the pedestrian from experiencing the rest of the space and what is contained within. And the paseo that leads from Gray Avenue to the artist workshop is just sort of it just doesn't seem to make a real solid connection for me for a pedestrian. And while it's nice, would it be more efficient use of that space to extend the garage podium over that and reconfigure the parking so we can shuffle that around a little bit. And to a large extent, the facades on Gray Avenue are pretty quiet and not impressive. So but anyway, it's a comment. I would encourage the applicant to provide some sort of open space or outdoor space on Yananali and Gray where adjacent to the cafe. That doesn't mean it needs to be open to the sky, but some carved out area there that'll help mitigate that very large brick facade that they have there that wraps the corner. It's to my eye, it needs something to reduce that overall mass on that corner. As far as the height, I think it's, for our city's sake, it's very important that we find ways to get housing into the urban core. And this is a good location for that. It's not far from State Street. It's not far to the true downtown area. It's walkable. It's all of those things. It's a desirable place to live. So as far as making sacrifices to accommodate additional units, the height, I think, is done well. It's largely hidden and disguised. So I'd commend the designers on being able to achieve that. I think this project has a long road ahead of it, and the rules around housing are going to continue to change as we move forward. And so that's going to be interesting to see how the applicant navigates that path. So to summarize, I think the massing is pretty well done. I feel the elevations are a little too frenetic at this point and need further study. And I will leave it at that. So, Matthew, this requires a motion, or is it simply comments at this point?
Mr. Chair, this is an official submittal, so this would need a motion.
Okay. Is anybody feeling comfortable with making a motion?
Mr. Chair, may I address the board? I thought at the beginning of the hearing that the staff said that a motion wouldn't be necessary in response to board members 6 question. But so perhaps they could readjust that question. But we were, first of all, we're very, very grateful for the extent of the thoughtful comments by the board. We chose to seek concept review with both your board and the Planning Commission so that we could get early input about this design before we put the formal application package together. So this is very helpful. A question that I do have for the board is if you are willing to take a straw poll with respect to height and massing. We got a lot of great individual comments. It would be helpful, having taken this extra step of doing concept review, to know if the board on those 2 aspects of the project could do, if you could do a straw poll as the Planning Commission did on more Planning Commission related items. It really served to clarify for the team and the owners at the end of that long hearing how to summarize everyone's feelings on those 2 important design aspects from ABR's point of view would be very helpful to the team.
Okay. Matthew, can you please confirm that we need a motion?
Sure. The question that I was asked by Mr. 6, board member 6, was whether or not action will be taken. And so action is different from motion. Motion is just a formalized summary of comments rather than just a sort of us taking notes of every single individual comment. So still sort of a summary of comments, but no action taken today.
Okay. Great. So if we could have the applicant turn off their web camera. Thank you. We have everyone up here. Okay, so I heard, I believe, at least 3 folks say they felt the massing, or at least the massing was in the center, was acceptable. But I think we should, it would be helpful for everybody, I think, to go through that exercise and do a straw vote. So we have to carefully craft the vote, or the wording. So I think the most basic way to do that would be to ask board members to raise their hand if they feel the extent of the upper level, which I guess is the 4th, it's under debate, 5th floor. If the current, as presented, the extent of the 5th floor is acceptable as presented. So let's.
And if Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
acceptable and as presented, and at the height as presented.
Yes, yes. So as presented. So does anyone have any questions about that? What that means?
Leon, you're muted.
It seems like there's important information that we've asked for, several of us, is to see what this looks like from Cabrillo. And that is important information for me to be able to answer this straw vote.
Okay, so that's fair. And that's certainly a motion that could be made, is that the project could be continued with seeking further information. Um, So, but I would still like to take that straw vote and, obviously board members can vote no because they don't have enough information at this point. So everybody agree to that? Okay, so let's do that. If we can take a roll call vote.
All right, this is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
No.
and Board Member Whalen.
No.
Okay, so we have 3 yeses, 2 nos.
Okay, so that's helpful when we craft our motion because of. Yes, Dennis.
Yeah, I just wanted to amend that, different from Leon's no vote, if I'm interpreting right. The upper floors, the height, overall height, will diminish the amount of natural light coming down into the internal street level portions. That's what's fueling my no vote, which, as I understand it, was a major consideration for the project.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, you might consider another mass spoken scale vote on the massing of the second and third floors perimeters relative to the street surroundings. Would that be a clear question, a yes or no?
So the question would be, does the board or do board members accept the current massing at the perimeter of the site? Is that too generic?
Yeah, at second and third floor. Well, okay. First, second, and third floors.
Okay, does anybody else have any thoughts on how to make that a little bit more specific? Because, yes, Dennis.
If I were to make it more specific, Chair Moore, I would say those street elevations at Santa Barbara, Yanonali, and Gray Avenue.
Okay. Okay, and I guess the intent would be to check the temperature of the board as far as if we feel second and third levels, there's too much mass on the second and third level. That's the intent, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Which maybe that's the better wording, more direct. So, okay. So let's straw vote on how many board members feel that the second and third floor massing along Yanonali, Santa Barbara, and Gray Avenue is acceptable as proposed. So does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's do that. Roll call vote.
Okay, this is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. Chair Moore,
No.
Vice Chair Six,
No.
Board Member Black,
No as well.
Board Member Olson,
No.
and Board Member Whalen.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And if anybody wants to give a little bit of detail about why they voted, that's fine as well, the way they
Now,
did.
Mr. Chair, I think, I think the they're all in the right direction. They have very creative solutions and a lot of push and pull. I'm just hoping that this vote will motivate them if there's relaxation and or with a number of units they can provide, that this would be a priority where to reduce the mass.
Okay. I think that's good feedback. Okay, so we do need a motion. I think we've with these votes, we've covered a large amount of territory. But I think the motion should not only just include that, but other detail about how we're feeling the design is integrating into this area.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is there another applicable straw vote on these story polls?
Yeah, we could do that. How many board members feel this project requires story polls?
As proposed.
As proposed, yes. We can do our roll call vote on that.
Okay, we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
No.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other elements that we should consider before we're trying to craft a motion? No? Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll
Go ahead.
attempt to craft a motion.
Great.
So, oh boy. Well, I guess I need input. Well, let's just say indefinite continuance with the following comments. That given the new priority of housing and the opportunity for housing in this area allows a balance of unacceptable previous measurements of mass, bulk, and scale. And this building and design is on the right path of massing and ins and outs and gaps and so forth to produce an acceptable massing and visual appearance to the street and surrounding period. Number two, that the applicant should very carefully study the detailing, materials, colors, window openings, massing and forms to achieve a authentic appearance to the language that is celebrated in the funk zone. That and number three, the applicant should take heed of all the separate comments of the board members in regards to all aspects commented upon in order to take seriously their concerns as well as the concerns of the neighbors. Especially in regards to compatibility with the neighboring buildings, privacy views from windows to residential units existing. The porosity of the ground floor and upper floors, the porosity of the ground floor to the physical circulation of the public and the users, and the visual porosity of the upper floors in order to diminish the apparent mass. Mr. Chair, I don't, there's so many comments. I think that it's important that we keep it general and say that the applicant, as I said prior, to heed the individual comments of all board members. And I guess because the vote is such that comment, I can't help but comment that the reason I voted no on story poles is it's just a logistical a nightmare. But anyway, the applicant is to provide story poles for the board and the public to get a better sense of the mass, bulk, and scale of the building in a real physical way. And I would like to add another item that the applicant should provide slower and more complete flyby Google World images on approaching the building from the west up Yananali from State. Have I missed anything important? So that would be my motion.
Okay, I'll second that. And under discussion, did we mention adding additional views from Carrillo?
Oh, sorry. Yes, with additional views from Carrillo. That would be the flyby, right?
Well, flyby and eye level. I want to see how it looks from eye level from Carrillo.
I'll gladly add that to my motion.
Okay. Let's read that back. If there's, maybe that'll spur more discussion.
Okay, the motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. Number one, given the new priority on providing more housing in this area, the project allows a balance of previous measurements of mass, bulk, and scale. The building design is on the right path for massing and to produce a visual appearance from the street. The applicant should study the detailing materials, colors, window openings, massing, and forms to achieve an authentic appearance to the language of the funk zone. The applicant should take heed or take into account all the separate board member comments in regards to all aspects and take into account the concerns of neighbors, especially in regards to the compatibility with neighboring buildings, privacy, and views from windows. Study the porosity of the ground floor, physical circulation of the public, and visual porosity of the upper floors in order to diminish the apparent massing of the project. The applicant should consider already said that, consider the individual comments of board members. The applicant should provide story polls for the board and the public so they can get a better understanding of the massing, bulk, and scale of the proposed building. The applicant should provide more complete flyby Google Earth images approaching the building from the west up Yananali from state, and also provide eye-level views from Carrillo.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think my first item was fairly choppy and unclear. Mary, if we could start reading that, and I'll stop you when we need to clarify.
Okay, so given the priority on providing more housing in this area, the project allows a balance between previously unacceptable measurements of mass, bulk, and scale.
So I think given the new priority of providing housing, the building is approaching a new measurement and acceptable massing. Is that clear, gentlemen?
You might consider it's approaching a balance between previously unacceptable massing
and the priority for housing. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mary? So,
I was
Mary,
writing it down, yes.
And it is Cabrillo, not Carrillo.
Okay.
Cabrillo.
Cabrillo.
Yes.
Okay.
And would the maker of the motion consider some language to increase the allocated space of artist studios?
That's really not our purview,
Yeah.
so
I
it's
don't,
getting.
I think we've said it. I think the planning commission's job is that's the planning commission's job.
Okay.
Richard, we didn't mention our straw vote about the massing on the second and third levels around the perimeter. How do we include that?
So I'll add to my motion that I can't remember.
It's
Mary,
okay to use the word study at this point. We can use study.
What was the were all board members okay with the third floor height? The fourth floor height was 1 to 4?
No.
Was 1 to 4, right? Yeah, the board straw vote on the acceptability of the extent and height of the fourth floor met with a 4-1 straw vote, 1 not comfortable with it. And the board voted 0-5 to study and take every opportunity through the evolution of the program to reduce the massing on second and third floors around the perimeter of the building.
Yeah, I think that was it. Okay. Is that everything, Richard?
My brain is full.
Okay, let's read it one more time, Mary, sorry.
Okay, so the motion is to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The proposed building is approaching a balance between previously unacceptable mass, bulk, and scale. and a new priority of providing housing in this area. The applicant
that-
should,
Yeah, I think that reads well. Kevin, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, number 2, the applicant should study detailing materials, colors, window openings, massing, and forms in order to achieve an authentic appearance to the language that is found in the funk zone. The applicant should take into account all the separate individual board member comments in regards to all aspects, and also the concerns of neighbors, especially in regards to the compatibility of the project with surrounding buildings, privacy, and views from windows. Study the porosity of the ground floor, physical circulation of the public, and visual porosity of upper floors in order to diminish apparent mass. Applicant should provide story polls for the board and public to get a better understanding of the mass, bulk, and scale of the proposed building. Applicant should provide more complete flyby Google Earth images, as well as eye-level views from Cabrillo. The board feels that the 3rd and 2nd floor massing should be reduced around the perimeter of the building.
So Mary, we voted, you eliminated or missed the vote that the majority 1-4 of the board support the height and extent of the 4th floor.
Okay. So the majority of the board accepts the height and extent of the 4th floor.
And then on the end, there was a sentence about the reducing the mass at the perimeter.
Mhm.
Did we mention that twice then? Because I believe, Richard, what you asked for was for a study to be made, the applicant to study opportunities to reduce the mass at the 2nd and 3rd floors. Is that correct?
I think that was folded into my into the comments regarding the second straw vote.
Okay. All right. So you like how it sounded?
I think so.
Okay. All right. That's the motion, unless there's any more discussion? No? Great. Let's do our vote.
Okay, we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging in there and for giving this the attention it deserves. And with that, we will close the meeting for ABR. Have a good night.
Good night, gentlemen, and public and everyone.